Okay, assalamualaikum. You got me, right? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay, that's right. Assalamualaikum. We're going to open up with dua. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I'm Imam Wafiddin Muhammad II, the president of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and I'd like to welcome you all to our first Sunday community program. And we just coming back from, I believe the last time we met here on this Zoom meeting on YouTube was for our annual Muslim convention, which was really power-packed with a lot of great and inspirational information and programs. And we're working on editing and preparing those some portions of the convention that we held on the weekend of September 3rd through the 5th. And that'll be released on YouTube, and also the copies of the presenters will be delivered to the presenters so they can distribute them however they like, or they can hold on to them. So we want to welcome you all back, and hope everyone is doing well and healthy and enjoying the blessings and mercy of Allah. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our host, Imam Adil Muhammad, and we can begin our program, the first portion of our program, which I believe is going to start with the Health Consortium. Inshallah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Believers, thank you again. As the Imam said, we're going to begin with our program. We've had a few of you may have had, it looks like a great number of you have had issues logging on. For whatever reason, it's requiring a password, which it doesn't normally do when we set it up. So what I'm going to do, if we're going to put it in the chat, the password is 145861. We'll put it in the chat, and if you can send it out, please feel free to send it out to the rest of the believers who are having issues signing on. So again, that password is going to be 145861, and we will be putting it in the chat. So in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and begin with the first part of our program. Inshallah, is the Muslim Health Consortium. But before we turn it over to them, I just want to check with Imam Dr. Ramadan if he had the rest of the members on, or were they ready to begin their presentation?
I'm sending, Assalamu alaikum.
Wow.
I'm sending the passcode to one of the members now so she can get on.
Okay, great. Excellent.
Could you repeat that? There was
145861.
All right.
And we're also streaming on YouTube on the Mosque Cares YouTube page as well. So we do have other believers on the YouTube side. So if anyone is having issues and they still can't get on, they can also go to the YouTube, the Mosque Cares YouTube page as well, and sign on.
Okay.
So in the meantime, we'll be entering it into the chat. I believe Sister Tahira has entered it into the chat. So the rest of the believers, please feel free to pass that along, and more people are entering into the waiting room as we speak. And as Imam Muhammad II mentioned, that this is our first Sunday since concluding our 32nd annual Muslim convention, which, as he mentioned, was a success. We thank you all for your support, and we continue to prepare for our next convention and also for our next upcoming events. The next major event that we have on our schedule and our program will be the Savior's Day program. And the committee will start meeting, I believe it's next week, or correction, yeah, it'll be this coming week, October 6th, which I believe is a Wednesday. And then that'll begin the meeting for the Savior's Day program, 2022 Savior's Day program, inshallah. So Dr. Ramadan, just checking with you. So we'll begin whenever you're ready. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay.
And the Muslim Health Consortium, and you all can begin your program whenever you're ready.
Very good. We can begin now. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu. Sallallahu alayhi salam. We like to begin by thanking Mosque Cares and its president, Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II, always for this opportunity to share with our community the information that we've been blessed to gather that we feel will be beneficial to our community. We cherish this moment and this opportunity, and again, we thank him. We like to give you an update of what's been happening since the last time we had this opportunity to present. We'd like to say we're still in the midst of the battle. It depends on where you are in this country. You may go some places and you may think that is COVID here or not, because nobody seems to be interested wearing masks or anything. But that is deceptive. It is not like that. The battle is being waged and all of us are in it. Within the past 3 days, we hit 700,000 deaths in this country alone, 700,000. And as we said before, that's more than occurred in the 1918 pandemic that passed that. And in fact, it has surpassed all of the people who died in all of our wars for the 20th and 21st century. This is more. It has been happening, randomly, and we don't feel it. Many of us have lost people, and we don't hear too much when others have lost people. But it's been going on continuously since the pandemic started and reached us here in the US. What is so shameful and sad is that this is occurring in the midst of vaccines. We have a tool, we have a weapon, we can fight back. Yet there is still 70 million people, 70 million, who remain unvaccinated. And it's not only that the vaccination can help them, it can help those who they're in contact with and their families. So it's not just a matter of personal preference, but it's a matter of helping the group. We have right now 112,000 cases occurring daily. These are new cases. And we are now, the death is down, the number of deaths daily is down. We're just under 2,000 deaths per day. That's 2,000 people dying from this alone, not all of the other causes of death, but just COVID. And we see that the word is still getting out, especially with all of the changes from the government mandating in some areas of our society mask wearing and vaccines being required. This past week, we have had 400,000 booster shots given at pharmacies just this week alone. So this is progress being made, but we still have the headwinds, and the headwinds that we are working against, and are the, as we have said, the non-vaxxers. That means I don't want any vaccine, regardless of what you tell me. I'm not going to do it. You're not sticking that in my arm. Those are non-vaxxers. And the non-maskers, those who refuse to wear a mask, regardless of the science, regardless of the logic, all of that, and regardless of knowing that asymptomatic transmission occurs with this aerosol virus. It can spread from people who don't even know they have it to you who may not have had it. So that can occur. So please keep that in mind. We know that we are now probably past the uptick that occurred following the last holiday. We're past that. We are approaching the fall season. And this is the time also when this is the time for viruses and flus. So we may expect an uptick from that. And also we know that new variants are emerging. This is like preparing for the fourth wave. We'd like to say that some models predict, given this mixed bag of variables, but some models predict that an additional 90,000 people will die by January 1st, 2022. That's people who are walking around now. That's relatives, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, those people that we know who have no idea that they may die if we don't change our habits, if we don't make use of the vaccine, if we don't employ the guidelines that we have been given that are time tested. We do notice that on the good side of the balance sheet, that there is a decline in the number of hospitalizations, the number of ICU admissions, and the number of deaths overall. As we said, the deaths are now just under 2,000 deaths per day. It used to be above that. And this is occurring after we've noticed the virus. Nothing goes up forever. It goes up and it has to come down. The surges occur for, it looks like, as we've been tracking, for a period of 6 weeks. And then it like burns out or starts to decline. And that's where we are now. We're in the overall decline in the numbers. And this is good. But like we said, because of those other factors, we don't know how the decline is going to impact the change in the season and the other issues. The other good sign is the government involvement. Some people can't stand that. You're going to force me to take a vaccine to go to work or get fired on my government job or at schools, certainly on a plane. And we may see that sort of involvement expand. I'm not surprised. I expect it at some point. So this is having an impact, and we saw more people take the vaccine when they had that sort of encouragement. We also, and then I'm going to stop and turn it over to my colleagues. We saw a good sign. Merck, pharmaceutical company, came on board with a pill. We've been waiting for a pill. that could reduce hospitalizations and death. And from what I've seen so far, it looks like it's every 12 hours for about 5 days. And it's waiting on its emergency use approval. So we are hopeful that that will come on board, and the research continues. As new information comes, we will present that, and we will anxious to see how it impacts the mix of variables that we are dealing with now, us and the rest of the world with this COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, thank you. I'd like to now see if Nurse Coral Kadar is present. I'd like to turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramadan, and assalamu alaikum to the Mosque Cares president and family. Please forgive me, my quality is not ideal. I'm traveling, but I think Dr. Ramadan did an excellent job of letting everybody know where we are. I don't think there's very much that I could add to it. I do want to encourage people to take advantage of the time, whether you're vaccinated or not. Even if you're vaccinated, take advantage of this time to strengthen your immune system. Hydrate, eat good quality food. Fruits, vegetables that are cooked are really important, and raw vegetables. Don't just do raw. Cooked vegetables have special qualities that allow the probiotics, your natural microbiome, to flourish. And we talked about this before. This is just a reminder. Yogurt, kimchi, tempeh, miso, sauerkraut, fermented foods, kombucha, and exercise. Try to do things that de-stress, and good quality food if you can. I know a lot of us live in areas that it's difficult to get fresh vegetables, and so that's a challenge. That's one of the reasons why our government has deferred to a vaccine over looking at kind of holistic approaches, because when you're providing healthcare for 350 million people, you have to provide a solution that can be accessed by every citizen. And that's it. As I said, I'm traveling, so my mind is a little full, but I did want to come on and try to share something with the community. And as Dr. Ramadan said, we're in jihad. This is a real challenge. We have to patiently persevere. It's like for women who've been in labor, when you're in labor and when you're dealing with the throngs of childbirth, sometimes you're at the point where you're thinking, I can't take this anymore. I can't. This is not doable. But you meet of
She has frozen. If you can hear me,
We hear you.
okay. I would, if we can't continue with her, I'd like to expand on the last point that she was making, if I may. She was mentioning how it's a function of government, even though it's so important, the nutritional approaches to this pandemic, the importance of good food and strengthening our immune systems. And she was citing the foods that we can be and should be eating, and this is good, and that would help make us strong and resist the COVID, especially vitamins D, vitamins A and E, and magnesium and zinc, and all of these things are important. But the government couldn't rely on the fact that these would be available to all of the people, as she was saying. It had to develop a plan that it could give to the population and ensure that it would be effective. And that was done initially under President Trump, and it's followed through by President Biden's administration. And it, thank Allah, has proven very effective. It doesn't mean that any other supplements should be stopped or done in lieu of what we know works. I don't know, is she back on, Mr. Coral?
Yes, but I really finished what I wanted to say, Dr. Ramadan. And thank you for being so thorough in your presentation. And thank you to the audience that comes in constantly, tries to make us more aware of how to protect ourselves. I personally, when we first started this, Dr. Ramadan, I had no idea that we were going to have to deal with the kind of psychosocial issues. I thought we could just tell people, what they needed to know to protect themselves and give them the accurate information. And, we would be, helping our community to protect our community. I know we have done that, but it has been very enlightening to me and somewhat frustrating, if I could be honest, but it's been very enlightening to me to see that. I heard you mention the number of deaths, sadly, that we've experienced personally and as a country. And I realize now that there's a mood, a psyche, of space, a spiritual space, where for a lot of people, their need to be independent or make sure that the government is not getting over on them, their need to be smarter than the government, that seems to be more important right now than to save the life of even their own family members. And I'm just, it's just an amazing time that we're in. It's almost like we've become zombies. You know how like the QAnon was saying that people are going to be zombies? It's like we have become the alligators and the zombies and lost that sensibility. And I know some people have legitimate reasons for not wanting to be vaccinated. I'm not trying to put everybody in the same category, but I am saying that this has been enlightening for me, and it's been a challenge beyond anything that I've ever imagined. But I appreciate this platform and giving us the opportunity to try to serve to the best of our ability.
Very good, thank you. If I could, I think you opened up a very important point there. I'd just like to elaborate on that. COVID has proven to be more than just a flu virus. It has opened up psychological, social, and spiritual fault lines in our society. It has been a stress test. And I could see this coming on early on, that this is going to have more of an impact than any other medical condition that we saw develop. And it has done that and is doing that. And we see that unlike anything else, this has developed a political following. It has developed a religious following. It has developed people who have come on board from other angles, who were against vaccines for whatever reasons. And for those of us who had bones to pick with the government, the historical experiences that we have had. So all of these things were brought to the surface by this COVID virus. And it is doing that and continuing to do that. And it is wily because it is continuing to change. And what it has done is that it has pitted those against what they think are freedoms. I have the right, some people are saying, to not do something, in other words, kill myself. And it may kill you, but that's all right. I don't want it to impinge on my freedom. And that is showing us what has come of the understanding of this country. Those things that made this country strong, this virus is testing that. It is making us look at that. Is this really what we believe? Are we really the people that we thought we were? Are we really have the values that we thought we had? This is bringing out things that we didn't know were in us. And this is something. So you just touched on some points. I just wanted to add that in. If we have any of our health consortium members present.
Okay, Dr. Ramadan, you were asking, was there any other Muslim Health Consortium members on?
Yes.
Okay. While they're, if there are any on and they're attempting to unmute their mics or anything, do you have time to answer a few questions, Dr. Ramadan?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay. While we allow the other Muslim Health Consortium members to join, if they're on, this is it'd be a good time if you have any questions to ask of Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral, Sister Coral. This is the time.
While they're developing questions, one brother mentioned about ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. And this is just to mention about that because it's traveling just below the radar, but many people have been concerned about it. And what it is you all remember the heart-lung machine. When open heart surgery is being done or work on the heart, they may be put on ECMO so that the function of the lungs and the heart are bypassed so that they may be worked on for transplants or heart cardiac surgery. Where it fits in the treatment of COVID is that it's also one of the adjuncts to basically treatment of shortness of breath. You know, shortness of breath is one of the signs early on of COVID, and it's treated early on with oxygen, nasal oxygen, flow by oxygen, and then more venti mask, and then maybe CPAP or BiPAP, and then finally, if the case person's oxygenation falls very low, then a tube is put in their throat and they're placed on mechanical ventilation. ECMO, the heart-lung machine, is a step beyond that. It's the next step. Is for those who are critically ill, then they can go to ECMO, where the heart and lungs are bypassed, and so they are given a chance to heal. This is what we do on mechanical ventilation. We don't want to leave a person on it all the rest of their life, if possible, but give the lungs and all a chance to heal. And that's what the ECMO does. But the thing is that it's so labor intensive. It's so expensive to operate. It means that one person is with you alone, okay? And it requires a person 24 hours a day around the clock. Initially, when it was used, it went for 10 days or 14 days, and then it extended to 1 month, and then for several months. So you can see how not many people have a chance to go for several months with that sort of labor expensive treatment. But everybody wants that treatment for themselves and for their relative. And we don't have many ECMO facilities, especially in the South. And so it leaves the staffs having to decide which of the critical ill patients will receive it. And this is a bad situation to put the healthcare worker or the doctor or the staff having to decide who has a chance to live and who are we going to let go. And that's where things are. So it's a difficult situation, and we hope that people will get vaccinated and that these other therapeutic medicines and all can keep us away from that end of the spectrum of the clinical illness. So, alhamdulillah. If there are any questions,
Yes, assalamu alaikum to all the believers, first of all. But my question to you, Dr. Ramadan, is as relates to booster shots, if you've had the Moderna and both of those shots, but now Pfizer is offering a booster, can you mix the shots, the booster versus the original, or what is your recommendation on that?
well, that situation is called mix and match. And that's right where I am. I took the Moderna, and it's not advised from our studies. They are doing it in UK, but we haven't given the approval for that. So we do expect the Moderna to come through with the approval for its booster probably sometime this month or probably sometime this month. So with at that, that'll be the signal for those of us who are over 65 and have are immune compromised or frontline workers to go ahead and get their booster. And for those who are still on the sideline, did you see how many people ran to get their booster shot? Yes, and some people, not telling the truth, saying they got I got Pfizer, and they had something else, but they just wanted to get the booster. So it is for real. You don't want to have to see somebody pass, or especially a young person that could have been vaccinated. This is not a year ago. Now when we have vaccinations, to me, running out of excuses. So answer your question, yes, I'm in favor of the booster. I'm looking forward to getting mine when it's approved. And,
yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, if there are any more questions, we have time for about one or two more questions. If there aren't any questions, we'll let Dr. Ramadan close out. But if there's any more questions, this is the time to ask questions of the Muslim Health Consortium.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
With regard to young people getting the vaccine, I've heard some young people say their concern is that they may lose their fertility. Has any research been done in that area?
Yes, it has. There's no basis or no evidence of that at all. That is kind of among the fake facts, false information, and that's put out by those who would love to influence us not to get it. And I understand nobody wants to think that their fertility in the future is at risk. You know, that's enough to scare anybody, but there's no evidence for that at all. We strongly recommend it for pregnant women and, you know.
It's not a rumor, it's a threat.
I didn't hear.
That's not me, it's somebody else.
Okay, but no, there's no evidence for loss of fertility, especially in the young people at all.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Okay, let me check, see if we YouTube, no questions on YouTube. So at this time, we're going to allow Dr. Ramadan or Sister Nurse Coral, if you guys wanted to conclude or had any final words. It doesn't look like there are any more questions. So we'll allow you to make your closing remarks, and then we'll move on to the next segment of the program, inshallah.
Well, I would just say that the importance of the vaccine can't be overstated. It's right now for us at this time, to me, it's a life and death matter. To not take it is just accepting a great deal of unnecessary risk in your life that you don't need to have. There's enough risk from life alone that you don't need something that you can mitigate the risk. And it doesn't mean that you won't get it from someone. You can get it and you can pass it on, but the danger of hospitalization and severe illness is much less. And believe me, other people with various other agendas are out there disseminating information that they know is readily taken up by people who have fears. And it's given out with half truths. And it's given out by those who appear to be authorities. And all of that makes it more palatable. And it has to go down to who do you trust? And so that's what's important for you to consider for yourself and your family. So please, if you haven't got it, reconsider it. And it's very important. And keep your ear to what's happening, because we have to watch closely. It changes every day. The information is changing every day and updating. So thank you. We thank Allah for this opportunity.
Dr. Ramadan, it appears I may have overlooked someone who did have their hand up. So this will be the last question that we'll take. Sister Tahira, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Yes. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Ramadan, I have a couple of questions for you. First, I just want to say that your appeal and your plead and your advocacy for promoting the vaccine has an impact. And some of us have been slow to answering, but it's impactful. So I just wanted to say that to you and your team to stay encouraged when you're speaking to the group that has that vaccine hesitancy. With that, I have two questions. Do you foresee any semi-annual or annual booster shot being required in the near future?
I'd say perhaps. We are still monitoring. It depends on how we do. How many people we can get vaccinated is the impact we can do on this present Delta variant of the coronavirus. If we hit it with a solid hit, get vaccinated, and get its spread very low, and we may be able to erase it, and it won't be endemic. If it becomes endemic, That means around like the flu coming up every season or something like that. It may be require a booster in the future, or if a new variant develops, then it's game begin again. Then we start all over and see what it requires and what tools we have to fight it. So we're in the middle of the battle.
And then this next question, this is more so conversations I have with one of my close friends, right? She visits her doctor, and you have doctors out there who have not taken a vaccine, and they don't blatantly say it, but they, in such a subtle way, they encourage their patients to not take the vaccine. So one of my friends, we were having a conversation, and she mentioned something about, studies have shown that if you have an O blood type, if you O positive blood type, then the majority of the people who have that blood type are not getting this infection or this virus. Like, can you speak to that, please?
I think there's a couple parts to that question. Yes, we do have doctors, and we do have health care workers who have not taken the vaccine. And this is amazing to me because they work in the hospital. They see these patients coming in. They see the effects of the pandemic and what it does to families. But they too are people. They too have their fears. They too have ideologies that they believe in. For whatever reason, it's certainly not based on the evidence. They have not taken it. And we see that when it's been mandated for healthcare workers. Okay, we see how many or get fired. We see how many stand up and then take it. So yes, there are a lot of doctors and nurses and staff who have not taken it, but they also are potential spreaders to patients who may come in that don't have it. Okay, to get off on a sidetrack there. And in terms of what blood type, I think that's interesting information. It's not anything that I would depend on or rely on. And, I think that it gives people a false hope that maybe if I have this blood type or that one, that I'm less likely. Okay. It's okay, that's good. Then I would just accept that. I've never had an accident, so I don't need to wear a seatbelt. No, that's not true. So no, I wouldn't rely on that information at all. It's incidental, and it's information, and it can be misused.
Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your questions.
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Nurse Coral Kadar for the presentation presented by the Muslim Health Consortium. As always, excellent information. And you can communicate with the Muslim Health Consortium via email. Dr. Ramadan or Nurse Coral, do you want to provide that information for us?
Yes, we'll include that in the chat.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramadan. With that being said, we'll go ahead and proceed to the next portion of our program, which is going to be the Quranic Arabic discussion presented by Imam Elam Muhammad. And then after Imam Elam Muhammad, we still have, after him will be the business and technology presentation presented by Abdul Rashid Akbar, which will then be followed by comments from our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, which will lead us into our featured guest speaker, our very dynamic brother Daniel Mujahid of Michigan. So please stay tuned and please participate in the questions and then with the chat. So we now present to you Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Imam Adil, could you make me a co-host? I got to use the whiteboard. So, this is Quranic Arabic Islamic Study and Comparative Religion. Imam Muhammad conducted that class from 2001 to 2006. And so we use much of the material that's part of that and teaching methodology. But out of that, because of the Zoom, the pandemic, most of us are at home, and we've had one time I had classes 7 days a week, and right now it's 5 days a week. And because of that, I give credit to the people that's part of the Lifeline, whose majority of the people are in the Quranic Arabic class I teach. That we came up with a technique. I use it, but it was their influence and working with them that we came up with a technique that if you learn one attribute of Allah or one noun, that you can teach 70% of the grammar of the Arabic language. For example, if we take an attribute one at a time and we go through the grammar tools working with that one word. So if you got 100 attributes and you do it 100 times and you give 70% of the grammar 100 times, and each time it's within about an hour without question and answer, I think you would know how to read, write, and understand the Quran. And Imam Muhammad had mentioned that if we try to understand every word in the Quran, not English, but every Arabic word in the Quran and its meaning, that we were so enlightened that when we drive down a dark road, the lights would go so far that that you can see so far ahead that you have no problem. And so Arabic itself is the Arabic language. It's made of three parts of speech. One is noun, the other one is verbs, and the other one is called particles. 3 parts of speech. When you understand it's just 3 parts of speech, then it helps. Now, the key to learning the Arabic language is learning the alphabet. No alphabet, no learning the Arabic language. You're not getting in. Now, you say, well, transliteration, it works. No, it doesn't, because there's many words in Arabic that you cannot put letters down to bring about that sound. And then if you look at it, the outside of the people that speak Arabic, and many of the Arabic people who speak Arabic, because of the not putting the emphasis on it, you know, one of the most uneducated, many of the uneducated countries is in the Arabic lands, because they're not pushing that education as much as they should. But here's the key: outside of the countries that speak Arabic, the other countries, they have the Quran in Arabic, but they have their the translation in their language. Indonesia is the largest country, Muslim country, but they have the Indonesian language as a translation. The Turkish, they were the Ottoman Empire. They have the Quran, but the translation is in Turkish language, Spanish language, and so forth. And so we have to understand that the Spanish, the Turkish language, the Indonesian language, the English language is not the Quran. It's a means of trying to bring the spirit of the Quran that is given to us in the Arabic language as the Arabic language being the best tool, language tool. The Spirit of Almighty God is an attempt with the other language translation, the attempt to get that spirit into you. It has worked. We're about 1.7 million Muslims, not million, 1.7 billion, 1.7 billion. All right, so so you got to learn the alphabet, and I got a video that I did about 7 years ago on the alphabet. I got 7 videos, which is the core is the core of the class that I teach. I mean, you can go right back to it as we are explaining the grammar. The 7 videos first starts out with the alphabet. You actually see me at a whiteboard and doing the alphabet. The next, after that, alphabet you had to put together to make them into words. So then the next thing is to learn about nouns, which is a word, a noun. What is a noun? As a person, place, or thing, as in English, but in Arabic it's person, place, adverb, adjective, and pronouns. And so with our teaching, as we have done, we discovered that if you, I mean, it's there, is that if you know the 3-letter root, that's the next key. The 3-letter root, the basis, the foundation of the noun, the foundations of the adverbs, the foundations of the adjectives, is the 3-letter root, which is verb. So the 3-letter root is like the foundation, it's like the seed for the word that you have. From that 3-letter root, you as you go to the other meanings in it. For example, amanah, which we will use today. Amanah means I believe. From that you get iman. From that you get mukmin, and so forth. And so if I say mukmin and you don't know what it means, if you break it down to 3-letter root, you know at least it means faith, it means belief, it means trust, and then you would know that probably that word means faith, belief, or trust, and it is. It's a person who has faith, a person who has belief, a person who has a trust. That's unique. One word, amanah, means all that, or made safe, like when the translation is. And so what we're going to do is take the word el-mukminu, which is an attribute of God. And it means the believer. And so Allah is the believer. And just like you got people, they're believers, but Allah is a believer. But Allah doesn't have to believe in anything else other than he believes and trusts the human being. He believes that the human being will follow what he has established. And so let's see if I'm able to put the whiteboard up. There we are. Most of the time, class that we have, I do have to brag. We have a sister who started maybe, let's see, this is the 8th month, maybe 8 months or 6 months. And she joined the class, didn't know anything about the Arabic language. 90 years old, roughly 90 right now, 90 years old. And then, so she looked at the video and stayed with the class. And one day she said, Imam Elam, I know my alphabet. And I knew that it would start, it was going to move real fast after that. And so we had a reading of about 20 people, which is not a whole lot of people, but it's a lot for the amount of people that we're working with. those 20 people were able to read, understand what they were reading, and understand the rules of grammar to a very high degree. When the sister who was 90 years old, she started reading the words, and help her a little bit. But another week or two or a month, she'll be reading, and she's always picking up the rules of grammar, and she was picking up the words. But now she's able to read along with the all those 20. I had 20 people on, and all 20. That was like a epiphany. All 20 of them were able to read. 2 or 3 that had a little difficulty, but a month they'll be reading just like everybody else. So the attribute that we're going to have, again, I got new pens, so I got to see how these things work. This is a word that we're going to work with. And that's the attribute of Allah. Al-Mukminu. It's so slanted a little bit. It should be straight. No, whenever you are learning the language in the class that we have, you have to have lined paper. And Imam Muhammad has stressed that we should have lined paper. So you either have a notebook or a loose leaf paper that would be in a loose leaf binder or something. And you use those lines to help you set up your words. And Imam Muhammad said that that you should have a pencil. I started out learning 1978 in the Quranic Arabic class with pen. And they said you should have a pencil with an eraser. They said that way you can erase your mistakes. And that's Allah allows us to erase our mistakes. He's all forgiving and most merciful. Al-Mu'minu. It means the believer. It's a noun. And so, usually when you after you learn the alphabet, the next thing is for you to learn the putting the letters of the alphabet together into words. And usually the first words that you are dealing with is nouns. And the rules of nouns is that whatever you put over under it, no, that's I'm thinking about alphabet, and I looked at the time. The rules of nouns is that they're either definite or indefinite. And many of you who have seen this class, you remember parts of it, but not all of it. So the nouns are definite or indefinite. So in this case, this is a definite noun. How do we know it's definite? The first letter is aleph. The next one is a lam. It's too curvy for the L, but al, that means the. Technically, that could be one of your first words, the. Okay, and then the next letter is a meme with a dhamma, a wow with a sukoon, a meme with a kashra, a noon with a dhamma. This is a noun, but it's definite. And it means the believer. Okay, nouns are definite or indefinite. Okay, definite means it's more specific. Indefinite means it's not specific per se. So you usually say like a house, a car, a book, whereby if it's definite, the house, the car, the book. So the definite one is aleph lam. The last letter gets a dhamma. That noun structure. The indefinite one, there's no aleph lam, no al. Trying to make sure I'm spelling this right. And the noon has a double dhamma. So an indefinite noun is, in this case, is mu'minun. The double dhamma, the sound is un. It's a false end sound. So a believer, mu'minun. The believer, al mu'minun. Okay, you say, well, it's supposed to be al mu'min. Yeah, if you rest on the last letter, it is al mu'min, but it does have a sign over it. And so if I say al mu'minu, you say al mu'min. If I say mu'minun, you can say mu'min. Okay. All right. Now the next letter is to find the 3-letter root. Now this is a hard one to find the 3-letter root. But the easiest way, now there's a program out there, and there's several like that, but for sure, Quran Tafsir. You hit the word, it'll give you the 3-letter root. So we do it the old way, do the law of subtraction. We reduce it down to its lowest term. First thing you remove, you have to say, what am I going to move? Okay, remove. Okay, you're going to remove the al. So you count the letters. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we got to get it down to the 3 letters. Just trust me on this. I don't have the time, but we're going to remove the N. So next you have, oh no, you don't remove the N. Keep the N. The next one is that in a lot of words, the verbal words, if you have mu that begins with it, it means a person. If you have ma with it, it means a place. So mu'minu is a believer, a person. If I say masjid, masjid, that's a place where you make sajda, masjid. So mu'min, so with that, there's words that begins with m, but let's say you do have the rule of if you add it to if it's add some words, it might mean a place or a person. So in this case, we'll remove the meme. Next we have is the wow, the meme, and the noon. The thing is that the wow is related to the yeah and related to the aleph, and also hamza, which is not really a letter. Well, just a second. I had to close the door. I had people coming in. Okay, so if you try to look it up under the 3 letters you have right here, a wow, meme, noon. We use the Quran dictionary. We use that. So we have to learn how to use the dictionary. Now we're learning how to use the dictionary. So first place you would go to the wow, but you won't find it, the meme and the noon. You say, well, maybe let me try the yeah, because they're sort of related. You won't find it. The next you try the aleph. You won't find it. Somebody has to move their phone. So you'll find it with the 3-letter root, aleph, meme, noon. If you look it up in the dictionary will give you many meanings: faith, believe, trust, safety, and so forth. All right. So now I showed you the noun, the definite and indefinite, and this is the 3-letter root. And you say, well, what about the adverbs and adjectives? Especially with the attributes, many of the attributes, they can be used like adjectives. So if you know the 3-letter root, you know it. And the adverb, for example, if we say akbar, that's an adverb. That means bigger, akbar. Kabir means big. Then Allah is al-kabir. And so the 3-letter root would be ka and the ba and the ra. All right, so we got the 3-letter root here. The next thing is that you like to learn how to conjugate the verb. You said conjugate the verb? Yeah, you did it in English. Now you got to do it in Arabic. And so I'm not going to do a whole lot of conjugating. But the 3-letter root, it's based upon the pattern of fa'ala. In this case, amana, fa'ala. The word fa'ala is a universal tool that you can, if you can conjugate fa'ala, and if you have a verb in the same form, you can conjugate that verb. So fa'ala is a universal tool, and it's universal, and you can change it because some verbs might not just be amana. It could be the middle letter could be have a kasra, or the middle letter could have a dhamma. But for the most part, fa'ala. So if you can conjugate fa'ala, I'm just going to do one example, and I got about 10 minutes, I believe. So you first start out with fa'ala. You say ana, which means I. So you got to learn pronoun. Ana is a pronoun. You have to even got to be your own pronouns, personal pronoun and possessive pronoun. Personal pronouns is ana, which means I. Ante means you, male. Auntie means you, female. Hiya means she. Huwa means he. Nahnu means we. That's your personal pronoun, and they are unattached. So you start out with ana L2. You see that there's a fatha over the fa, a fatha over the ayn, a sukoon over the lam, and then the next letter has a dhamma. That structure lets you know that it means I did. Fa'ala means he did. And if L2 means I did. So then you look at the pattern of fa'ala. I'm only going to do 2 more. So the next one, enter fa'ala. You notice the first letter has a fatha, the next one has a fatha, the next one has a sukoon, the next one has a ta. Just like in anta, the N has a fatha. The next one is anti. That the one I just did is you, male. So you did. That's a male person. Then the next one is NFLT. And it means you did female. You did female. You did female. Okay. So, and then fa'ala would be huwa. Fa'ala means he did. So it's the 3-letter root is would have huwa. So it's huwa fa'ala. He did. All right, so then the next thing then, if I have amana, then I should be able to conjugate that. I got about 5 more minutes, I guess. So if you look at for L2, you put it in the model of ana. It'll be a. That's a fatha of the first letter. A meme, the noon. So that's a man 2. That's an aleph with a fatha, noon with a fatha. Aleph makes it a long sound. Then if you look at, you see ana for L2, you got ana, a man 2. First letter has a fatha, second one has a fatha, third one has sukun, you have two. It means I believe. The next one. So you'll go through the various levels of conjugating. I'll just do this one. Don't have to do any more. Amanta means you believed. It's past tense, you believe. And after we now, so we got the alphabet out of the way. I don't teach you I won't teach it on the first Sunday unless somebody asks me. But we teach it, and then once you get past that, you go to dealing with words. So the noun. So we did the rules of noun, the definite and indefinite. We broke it down to the three-letter root, which is a verb. So now you got the three-letter root. Now you know how to use the Arabic dictionary. And then you have you learn how to conjugate the verb. And so I did that. Then in my class, if I'm breaking a word down, I deal with the rules of what happened to a noun if it's affected by a verb. The last that means it's object of the verb. The last letter gets a different sign. So if I say amanah, it means he believed. Huwa amanah. Huwa amanah mu'minu. It would not be correct. Huwa means he. So the subject would be he, and then the object would be al-mu'minun. The last letter would get a fatha. Meaning is the same. It's just the last letter changes. Then if you have a preposition, which is a particle, remember Arabic is made of three things: nouns, verbs, particles. If you can get the noun and the verb down pat, you got most of the language right there. Particle is going to be preposition and others. There's others that's in that category. But you see a lot of preposition. In this case, it's the word fi. If I had that, and I had nice the el muk minun would be the object of the preposition fi. Instead of el mukminu, it will be el mukmini. Fil mukmini. Meaning is the same, but that's another rule. So when you read the Arabic script, you say, well, what? I thought this was the right word, but it looks different. Well, that's rule for it. So I just did, this is just a part of the class dealing with one word. Also, you have to learn what is called the Adolpha structure, which is, you will find the Adolpha structure in the Quran title names. For example, Surah Al-Fatihati is an Adolpha structure. The part Makkiyatun tell you where it was revealed at. But the Adolpha structure is Surah Al-Fatiha, Surah Al-Baqarati, that's the Adolpha structure. Surah Al-Nas, that's the Adolpha structure. So you have to learn the Adolpha structure. And if you learn the Adolpha structure, shoot, it's you're over the hump now. And and you can learn about adjectives and so forth. But again, the three-letter root is key. In conclusion, learn the alphabet, and it's easy. It's just learn a little bit at a time. And then after you learn the alphabet, the door is open for you to learn how to read and understand what you're reading. And then you'll learn the three-letter root is another key. The verb, three-letter root. Then you're able to move along. Imam Muhammad don't want us to be one who can recite the Quran, but being just like a robot and they have no clue of what they're saying in the Arabic language. And with that, I believe I'm done. I thank all of you. Assalamu alaikum. I'm done.
All righty, Ma'am Elam. Thank you very much for that Quranic Arabic discussion. presentation. So if you want to put your contact information in the chat, email me where believers can contact you, and you teach a course, right?
Yeah, I teach 5 days a week. 2 days, Thursday and Friday in the morning on the Lifeline. Then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Of course, I didn't do it today because first Sunday. 11 o'clock Central Time, 12 o'clock Eastern Time. And as long as you got that pandemic out there, I'm retired too. I'm in the house, so why not teach what I love to teach there, the Quranic Arabic. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Amina. If you don't mind just putting that information in the chat. You have a few people comment thanking you and saying Allahu Akbar for your presentation. So thank you again. And if you have any questions for Imam Elam, you can contact him directly in the chat, or if you want the information regarding his class, it'll be in the chat as well. At this time, we're going to proceed to the next portion of our program, which is going to be the business and technology presentation presented by Abdul Rashid, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. I'm here, Brother Adil. Of those who can you see me? Am I in the middle of the camera on Zoom? Because for some reason that's not on my monitor. But as long as I'm in the middle of Zoom, I'm good. How am I looking?
You're looking good. You're looking good, Akbar.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll leave it just like that. All right. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I bear witness openly there's no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness openly that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. I greet all the believers on the first Sunday program here on Zoom, and even those who are watching us on YouTube, with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, and for those who don't speak the Arabic language and want to know what that means, it means, may Allah's peace be upon you as a God's peace. And God's peace is the best peace that you can have. You can't have any peace greater than the peace that the Creator can grant. And we refer to him as Allah, the one God. Brothers and sisters, first, I want to thank the Mosques for allowing me to be able to present here again in the first Sunday program. I thank the president of the Mosques, Imam Warthy Muhammad II, for continuing the great work of his father with these programs, First Sunday and others. And I thank Allah for blessing me to be able to continue to be able to contribute and offer what I can that Allah has blessed me with to offer. So for this presentation, brothers and sisters, let me start off by saying, I not too long ago was listening to a radio broadcast, and they were talking about these issues now with the pandemic. And they had thought, many businesses had thought that by this time of the year, the pandemic will be winding down, more people will have gotten vaccinated, and that the business will return. The volume of business will return. But during this program, and this was just about 2 weeks ago, they interviewed the president of the National Restaurant Association. The National Restaurant Association is the association that represents probably 99% of the restaurants in the United States. And then the association had just done a survey. And the results of that survey were that over 80% of respondents to the survey said that these are restaurant owners, that they were struggling. They were struggling the same as or even worse than it was back in March when the pandemic was really was taking a large toll in terms of people getting sick and people passing. So with that, some of them said they're not certain that they're going to be here particularly now since we're getting ready to go in, we're going into the fall, we'll soon be going into the winter. So they say they're really struggling. And that is an indication of what's going on in the economy across the board. The retail sector, they're struggling, and for a lot of reasons. Some of it's the supply chain. We're getting ready to go into what they refer to as the holiday season, which is the biggest season. This is where retailers make probably 70% of their income for the year, and they're struggling. They don't know if they're going to have the inventory. They're not sure they're going to have the items to sell people because of their supply chains. And there's a lot that's going on because of the Delta variant of the virus, COVID-19 virus. And as you've heard with Dr. Ramadan making the presentation for the Muslim Health Consortium, there are still many people that refuse to get vaccinated. Many people refuse to get vaccinated, and people are passing away. They're getting sick and passing away every day, and it is uncalled for. It is a tragedy that's been that did not have to happen if people would just get vaccinated. Now I say all of that to prepare what I'm going to speak to you on in terms of this business presentation. If any of you in business like I am, you have to prepare yourself for this long haul. The last time I was on, maybe the last time I was on, maybe the time before that, I talked about businesses have to pivot, that no matter what type of business you're in and what has been the level of your business, that you got to pivot now and do some things a little differently if you want to stay in business and if you want to grow in your business. So what I want to present to you now is an article that I came across. It is an excellent article, and this is why this article is just so timely. The article was written by a young lady named Amanda Presser Kurser. Her last name is spelled Kreusser, and it's Amanda Presser Kurser Incorporated. She's incorporated herself. And the article was printed back in August 24th, 2020. Okay, it was a little over a year ago. This article was published. But do you know this article is as timely now as it was when she first published it back then? And so I want to bring this to you and use my business as an example of what we all must do now to prepare ourselves going forward. There are also those in our community. We thought that maybe we would be able to come back together again in person in large numbers. We had planned for it, hopefully in our convention that's just passed. But unfortunately, we couldn't. We were successful. We're having a good virtual convention, but our real desire is to come together, physically together, see each other, hug each other, just be together with each other. Unfortunately, was not the case. And to tell you the truth, we don't know when that will be. We just don't know. Of course, we're not in control. Allah is in control. So we have to plan for any eventuality. So we also, in terms of business, we must do the same thing. So let me go to her article. It's titled, Grow Your Gig Income. Grow Your Gig, G-I-G income. Now, if most of you may know that I'm a gig worker, like many people out here are gig workers. Gig workers are individuals who operate their own businesses. Mine is transportation. Some may be, I know one brother in our community, he's an artist. There are others who are artistic, but they're artistic and they're publishers. Some are consultants. So your type of gig work that you're doing is all over the map, but you don't work for anyone. You work for yourself. And you have to try to cultivate your clients, your customers, to continue to do business with you. I have to do the same thing. Before I get into the article a little bit, let me just say this, that Allah has really blessed me. Now, you would think that I may be struggling because of the business I'm in, but did you know my business is growing? It has grown. It's growing more now than it was before the pandemic. Then that's a blessing. That's why I say Allah is in control. I'm having to, and many of the people who are taking advantage of my business, my transportation business, they are personal friends of mine, family members, people who I've known over time, and now are using my services. And it's a great time for them to use it. So grow your gig income. All right, I'm going to read just the first part of her introduction to her article, and you'll understand why this is so important. So I'm going to quote from her. In recent months, primarily due to pandemic associated layoffs, the freelance and gig economy has gone from competitive to completely saturated. If you've been a freelancer for years and it's your primary source of income, keeping your business alive and thriving is imperative. Even if you're a very experienced worker and typically rely on projects coming to you, you should definitely start to continue to promote your work, which will help you stay on top of mind with potential clients. At the content company I co-founded, we work with hundreds of freelancers, and we're not just impressed by those who proactively keep us updated on their work. We are a lot more likely to remember them when new projects arise. Here are the steps that you can take to ensure you're seen as a true and humble professional. That's a top choice for a wide variety of assignments. All right, and the first, her first quote here, or I would say the term I'm trying to use is, it'll come to me later, but anyways, build your online brand. And I have made presentations here on the Lifeline, on the First Sunday program in the past about you need to have an online presence for your business. Almost any business that you're in, you should have an online presence, all right? I'm gonna share with you mine in a second. And Brother Adil, I would need to have the co-sponsor or co-host so I can share my screen.
You have which device? You have two devices, so you
okay,
have
it's the sorry, but it's the computer. Yeah, it's the computer. It's the one I'm making the presentation from here. All right, so she said, here, your brand. Everyone, hopefully, when you're in business, you know what your brand is and building your brand. My brand in my current business is Akbar Transportation. And when I take you to my website, you'll see professionalism, customer service, and service is my focus. And my goal is that if I provide service for you the first time, I want to make sure you never forget the level of service that has been provided to you. All right. So she says the same thing. Right now, I'm quoting from her article now. Right now, there's so many others sharing your space. It's critical to bring your online reputation up to date. So building your online brand includes updating all your social media channels, text, images, and ensuring they point to a central location. For example, a custom website or online portfolio where prospective clients can view your work. All right. In addition to setting up your digital home base, it's important to share where that site can be found. So they recommend add your URL, that is that universal resource locator, to your email signature, to your social media bios, and share it via your channels in order to gain a wider reach. So let me stop right there and share with you what I've done and what I'm encouraging you to do. So, of course, I have a Facebook page that focuses with my business. I have my own personal website, and I'm encouraging those who are in business, particularly those who operate their own business, to create these for yourself. The Facebook page is free to set up. Now, if you want to promote your business on Facebook, you can buy some ads to help boost it and promote it. But just getting it set up and posting information to it is free. And I recommend you doing that. Also, there's Instagram. The only thing is, since I'm on my computer, I can't share with you my Instagram page, but I will put that information in the chat. And most importantly, they have professional tools. You can go to, once you set up your Instagram information for your business, you can go to the professional dashboard they have, and they have tools that allow you to promote your business via Instagram. And those are two places to start: Facebook, Instagram, and then with your own site. All right, so let me first share my screen. And I'm gonna take you to, all right, now that you see my screen, and let me take you to my website. So what you're looking at now is my site, and you see where it says Akbar Transportation. This is my website. It is a site that I created, and I don't mind giving, some of you might think, you don't want to, I shouldn't give out where my site is and where it's hosted by and something, but I do. Now, of course, they don't pay me any money for doing this. So, but I just want to share with you because it's been excellent for me. My site is hosted by GoDaddy, and the first thing, of course, you have to have is a domain name, and of course, my domain name is akbartransportation.com. If you put that in any search engine anywhere, it'll bring you right to my site. And this is what I've done also with, I want to move this up. I didn't mean to mute myself. I've placed on here how to get to my website. I've placed that web address. And let me see if I can come down to my site just a little bit. All right, so it's about us, of course, man is clean, customer-friendly, professional. So I recommend that anyone who's in business, this is a very simple site to set up, very clean. It works for me. Now, if you actually want to sell for your site, you can. They have an e-commerce site. They have all the tools and everything that would allow you to do that. But this costs, but it's not expensive. Very competitive, and they're large enough to be able to take care of your needs, and they keep the site set up. They make sure it's not a crash. No one comes and uploads viruses and stuff like that. They have the tools to protect your site, and that's why I work with GoDaddy. But anyway, this is my site. All right, and now let me go to my Facebook page. Now, this is my page on Facebook for my transportation business. And of course, they always want me to add things, add a button to promote the business, promote my site. I can get reviews. create a post, create an ad. All right. But I've uploaded additional pictures all around Chicago because of what I offer. This is what I've done. All right. This is what you can do with Facebook. You can do a lot more with it. All right. The key thing is you can do the same thing in your business. And this is why I say I encourage you to do this. And you can do this on Facebook, and you can also do it on Instagram. And on both sites, I have the name of my business and my my website address. So all you can do when you're in the site is click on it, and it will take you right to the to my website. This is what I'm recommending, brothers and sisters, that you do. All right, so let me go back now, and I'm gonna stop my share. All right. So, as the young lady says, this is what any business, particularly if your business lends itself to pictures, Instagram, Facebook. Of course, you know Instagram is owned by Facebook owns Instagram. There are good places to start, and you can start for free. But eventually, you definitely want your own website because you can control the information that comes to your site. You can change that site as much as you like, and remember, the information flows to you. This is what she means by make sure that whatever you put out there, it points to a central location, and that central location should be your own website. All right, and so in this day and time, when we don't know when we're going to be able to come back together physically, you have to have an online presence, and you have to develop that online presence to be able to serve your customers. If you're in sales, you know the holidays are coming up, and this is going to be the time for people going to be looking for items. One of the things that I would encourage any business, when there's a challenge for even what we call the brick and mortar stores, there's going to be a challenge for them to get merchandise in. Right now, you should be trying to find items that you know or you have a good idea that your customers may want. And if you can get those items and put them up on your site and promote them on your site, you may be able to get that customer to purchase from you. And if you can get them to make one purchase from your site, then what you want to do is be able to continue to engage that customer, and hopefully they will come back to your site. Even if they then go back to a store, they still may come back and check out your site to see what you have new and that they may want. So what you want to do is put yourself in the position now to be able to compete with others out there and be unique. There are a lot of big retailers out there that put in a lot of money into their online presence. What you want to do is determine what can you be that you can differentiate yourself from those big retailers. How can you get those customers to look at what you may have to offer, and then promote that, market that, all right, and use those tools that are available to you. Start with those that are not additional costs, and then when it maybe gets close to the holidays, then maybe you might put some money into ads to really bring people to your particular site to be able to purchase from you, or at least to look at what you may have. All right, so I have about 7 minutes left. That's the part of her article that I wanted to bring to your attention. And the other part is what we've already talked about, but even more so, consider every marketing channel available to you, including social media marketing, email marketing, and search engine optimization. Now, this is a little bit more that I can provide to you here, but she does mention Facebook and join a Facebook group within your niche, all right, to see what problems business owners and hiring managers are experiencing, and then market yourself to those opportunities. So, again, what you want to do is to continue to look at ways that you can make your business more competitive and to bring potential customers to help you with your business. I was just speaking a little bit more about my business, my transportation business. You know, I'm located here in Chicago. I partner with my business, is of course, transportation. I partner with Uber and Lyft, but in Chicago, I only do Lyft. And for many of you know that in the winter, in December, I go to Arizona, and I'll be heading back to Arizona in December, the second week in December of this year, inshallah. And I work in the Phoenix area in Arizona in the winter. And now I've learned now that the best way for me to work in my business is to do Uber here in Chicago. And then when I go back to Phoenix, do Lyft. And these are some of the things that you find out about your business when you're working them, and you make adjustments. And that's what I'll be doing. And so I encourage all of those who, no matter what your business is, look at your business, look at how you can position your business in a way that you can be competitive and that you can stay in business. As I say, you may have to make some shifts, as they refer to it as pivots, but be open to make those shifts and to, because you want to stay in business. And then let's look for the future. My hope is that we'll be able to come back together physically soon, but when that will be, I don't know. And God willing, I want to be in business whenever that time comes, so I can continue to do what I'm doing. My business is primarily transportation, but if you need assistance with developing and set up your website, I will provide that assistance free of charge, but I will not design the site. I don't have the time to do that, but I certainly have enough time to direct you over the phone to where you can walk through how to set up your own site and maybe use the marketing tools. Now, I can tell you now, I will be focusing on and working with GoDaddy, because that is where I work with and who I found to be most responsive and customer friendly, customer focused, up 24 hours a day. You can call them anytime if you need some help and assistance. And I'm very satisfied with them. And as I say, they don't pay me to promote them. They just give good service. And that's the best kind of promotion that you can have, when you give good service. And I'll be glad to walk you through it. I had one young lady ask me, well, are you going to charge a consultant fee? You should. I said, nope. This information I give free. But I will tell you, we have to schedule at a time when it's convenient for both of us. And I'll let you know how much time I have. And I'll be able to walk you through with the time I have. But it's free of charge. Allah has blessed me with the information, with the knowledge, and I'm going to give it freely. My business is transportation. So with that, brothers and sisters, I hope some of what I've been able to bring to you will be helpful to you in terms of your own business. And as we work through this pandemic, I hope you are continuing in business. And who knows, hopefully your business will even grow at this particular time. And then inshallah, one day, I hope that we'll come back together physically. Maybe I get a chance to meet many of you that we've only been able to communicate here virtually over Zoom and using YouTube. So with that, I give all of you all the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
All right, Brother Adil.
Yes, sir, Brother Akbar. Thank you very much for that business and technology presentation. If you have time for maybe 2 questions, Brother Akbar, will you be willing to take 2 questions?
Yes, I have time.
Okay. If there's anyone that has questions, we'll allow 2 questions for Brother Akbar Abdul Rashid, Also to our YouTube audience, if you have any questions, just enter them into the YouTube comments and then we'll ask those questions for you.
Fam, I don't think she does.
So at this time, go ahead and unmute yourself if you have a question for Brother Akbar and then ask your question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, Sister Jamila. I know that voice.
Brother, would you please put the author and the name of that article in the chat?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Shukran.
Okay. Any more questions?
One more question or comment for Brother Akbar. Where could they communicate with you, Brother Akbar? Would you enter that in the chat as well as voicing it?
Yes, I will. I'll put both of them, but I'll voice it now. My email address is A is in Apple, R is in Rashid, V is in Venus, then my last name, Akbar. So it's ARV Akbar at gmail.com. And let me put that in the chat now. ARVAKBAR at gmail.com. And let me also put in a number that you can reach me at. And that's 312-925-4196. My phone number. And I always say this. If you call me and you get my voicemail, please leave me a message. If you don't leave me a message, that means you don't want me to return the call. All right. But so please leave me a message. Because of course, in this day and time, we get, I don't know about you, but I get a lot of crank calls. And I send them right to my spam, not folder on my phone, but my spam contact list. So leave me a message and I will absolutely call you back. So I'm putting the information in on the for the article on the chat now, Brother Adil. So then you can go ahead to your next presenter.
Okay, thank you, Brother Akbar. At this time, we're going to proceed to the next portion of our program, which is our leader, our president, Imam W.D. Muhammad II.
Yes, thank you. Alhamdulillah, Shaitan Rajim, Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Peace, Mosque's audience, and thank you, Brother Adil, and peace, Brother Akbar, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, and excellent program again. We really enjoyed the information that you gave us, during these trying times for our physical health, but also for the business life in our communities, that this information that you give us is very vital for our survival as a community, It's very important to have your own business. So we really appreciate that. I also want to greet Imam Elam. Now, I think it's been about a few days since I've seen him and spoke to him, but since we've worked together, like here on the Zoom, I want to thank him and also give him our great, appreciation for his service to the community at large, and especially to the Mosque Cares community. This is some really trying times for all people, and especially the health consortium, Dr. Ramadan, the information they've been given. We really appreciate them keeping us up to speed, because what's being tested, I believe, more so than anything, is our resiliency to be able to hold on to what we've established as a community, and the social life, the overall social life of our community is really being tried. And it burdens, it weighs on the hearts and the mind of all of us. all, wanting to know um, how loved ones are doing. And the one thing that we can do, we're not restricted from picking up the telephone or dropping the email or a text or, people are doing a lot of FaceTime now. So we should always keep those lines of communications open. And, if you have a friend or family member that you should be checking in on and you haven't heard from or a while, do well-being checks. This is very important. Even if a person is healthy, healthy mind, body, and spirit, one day you don't know what could happen to them in short of a week's time. All kind of things could happen. People could lose their job, lose their housing or their income. And, bad situations can happen overnight, and they'll feel isolated. It's not like before where we see each other at least once a week at Juma. A lot of people aren't able to attend Juma, and due to many circumstances, even that don't involve with the pandemic. So yeah, so we it's very important that we look after each other and have the genuine love and concern. And also we have a duty to the general public as believers, as God-fearing people, as Muslims, to try to invite those that we feel are open to it, to faith, invite them to the way of the religion of peace and the son of Muhammad the Prophet, his life example, the model human being for to the end of times, So we need to, maybe keep our focus in those areas that we can benefit most from, as a community. Keep the focus on the community life as a whole, and we can help protect each other better. Yeah, so the convention, it's good for us, but it's good for the community, and we're an aging community. So it's not a horrible situation. It's actually a relief in many ways, but first and foremost, and we are social people. God created us that way. He created us to need and depend on each other and to want to help each other. So yeah, that's one way I have been thinking about that. And I always find fulfillment whenever I can have a conversation with a person and give them a kind word, if nothing more than a smile and a pleasant response, that it helps my spirit greatly. So that's what we should be looking for opportunities to be charitable to one another and to continue to support our establishments as a people. Because the second thing, outside of just the spiritual life and the social life that's been challenged, the life of the business life in our communities, and the establishments that we have as a people have been greatly threatened. And it's a shame and a tragedy. I hope I'm not overreacting, but I feel, how can poor small businesses, you see larger businesses struggling, and minority businesses like African American businesses, we have to learn to evolve and kind of roll with the situation and create situations and opportunities for business and reinvent ourselves. Adil and I, we were speaking about that earlier, how the culture we live in and the capitalistic society encourages impulsive behavior, and for people not to think about things too much before they spend their money. Otherwise we make wiser choices and wouldn't waste so much of our income. Yeah, that's one of the benefits of business that I believe is a great benefit of business, that it keeps you sharp, mentally sharp, and keep you on your toes. Because if I have to depend on myself to put food on my table, then my business decisions are going to be matter that much more, you know, more to me, and especially if you're relying on your own income to pay your bills, you know, it's something that you struggle with, and it's something that you feel like, could you imagine if earning money was something that you felt you had to do? That's how a lot of poor business men are, you know. Most African American men that have to support their families and pay their bills, and you know, and support the life and work for the future that they want, you know, the burden is on them to find ways of generating income, you know, and you know, through their business, and they don't have the tools and the opportunities that wealthier businesses have. So yeah, so whenever we have the opportunity, we see a good business person, we should give them our support, give them our encouragement, you know, if we don't have money for them. You know, when I was young, I remember, I don't know who ran or owned the business, but if somebody needed help, you know, if there was a broom or something needed to be done, you know, the adults saw us as extensions of themselves. They didn't ask us, they told us to get to work, go do it, take care of that. Y'all go over there and do that. And I don't want to see y'all messing around. I don't want to hear a sound until the job is done. You know, that's the spirit of a healthy community. And we have to get back to that. You know, we have to get back to that. Spending time as with the mind of a leader, with the mind and concerns for your community and your environment, with the mindset for leadership. And the responsibility is yours and mine. So, you know, we're going to continue to pray and for Allah's help and Allah's guidance. And He is helping us, and He is guiding us, and He is always near. He's always there, so long as we keep His memory in the forefront, and our obligation and responsibility towards paying the debt that we owe to Allah, our Lord and cherisher. You know, we'll be in a much better condition, and we'll make it through the difficult times much better. You know, I heard them speaking about the pandemic and all of that. You know, yeah, I always remember, no matter what the situation is, that Allah put us in position, and He created things in life. There's always a weaker or stronger creature, a living creature, no matter how many pairs. Allah He created everything in pairs, but He also created everything for leadership, to respect and to follow leadership. You know, and we live in a society as Muslims that we know we should follow the best of our leadership and the best of our minds and be agreeable. We should never have the spirit to disagree. We should always try to agree, but with intelligence and with a spirit for success, you know? So, yeah, so we shouldn't worry too much. I believe that Allah doesn't want us to be burdened and be worried, but we have to be sensible, and we have to work for the whole, for the sake of the whole group and the whole community, starting with our families, the media communities, and the society at large. You know? So that's the way we bring about big change and progress in society, is when we join together as a team and think less of ourselves as individuals, but think more of ourselves as communities, and in respect for establishment, and starting with number one, what Allah has established. What Allah has established, not just through our religion, but throughout the beginning of time in history, what He has established, the rules and the laws of creation, and we'll be okay with that, inshallah. Okay, I spent plenty of time. I can't get out of my mind that we got a really, really great program that's coming right after us. Brother Daniel, a lot of us know him, Daniel Mujahid, from in Michigan. And I almost want to say he's from Chicago because I've watched him many, many years being a strong supporter and a very resourceful, very invaluable resource of knowledge and information. And I've discovered things about him that recently, every time we see him, more and more unfolds. Extremely talented, extremely intelligent, brilliant, genius, and hard-working brother. And we want you to stay tuned and listen. And let's give Brother Daniel Mujahid, give him our full attention, God willing. And I'm going to turn it over to Brother Adil, and enjoy the program. And thank you all again, especially you supporters. Don't forget to it's very easy to send your contributions and your donations in to the Mosque Cares via the Mosque Cares site, mosquecares.net, right? .net and .com. .com. Yeah, mosquecares.com. And also, those of you who like to mail in your donations or your support, we still have the same address. It's been going on close to 30 years now. P.O. Box 1061 in Calumet City, Illinois, 60409. And that's the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Imam Adil Muhammad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Imam Muhammad II. No need to turn it over. I think you gave an excellent introduction for our brother. And I think that's how Brother Daniel would prefer, is to be introduced by our president. So we're going to turn it right over, as our Imam said, to Brother Daniel Mujahid. Brother Daniel, we see you, but if you want to change the orientation of your device, change the orientation.
Turn it sideways.
Yes, sir. Turn it sideways horizontally.
About 90 degrees.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Can you hear us, Brother Daniel? There we go. Yep.
Great.
All right. Excellent.
We can't hear no audio right
now. Unmute your mic, please, Brother Daniel.
Okay. Is that better? Adil?
Excellent, Brother Daniel. Excellent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Certainly appreciate the introduction from our president of the Mosque Cares, and we're going to talk about the Mosque Cares today. But we want to start off knowing the weight of the moment and the honor of the moment. We just want to start giving praise to the God. We say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. As Muslims of the Imam Muhammad community, our language that we are preferring, the Quranic Arabic, is the only language on the planet that is a pure language in terms of spoken and written. It's the only one. We go further and we bear witness. We say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. That is to say, we know we can bear witness to this. There's only one God. We know that we call the different people call gods by different names, but everyone is of the opinion and the resolution that there is one God, and we acknowledge that. But we also go further to say, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. We bear witness that the successor, this is for our Christians that are listening, and this message is for Detroit especially, but it's for the world. But when we give acknowledgement to acknowledge, when we say Muhammad, when we say we bear witness that Muhammad is that last prophet, is that messenger of the God, guess what? A lot of people of faith forget the successor to Jesus is Muhammad. And we're going to say a lot of things that you probably haven't heard before. But most of you now, you believe in documentation and science, and you believe in research, and you believe in Google. So you Google the Jesus in the scripture, and you look for his successor. His successor is Muhammad, peace be upon him. His successor. I point that out because we are focusing on a day of tribute that we're going to ask the world to participate in from Detroit. Well, it will be exported from Detroit for the world, called Unity Day. A day where people of faith, people, just good-hearted people, will acknowledge the struggles we've all had together and shared. I've got 7 or 8 things that I'm going to say today that you haven't heard before. So let's just call that one the first one. The successor to Jesus is Muhammad, peace be upon him. We go further. Successor is important because I'm thinking that having lived the wonderful life that God has given me, friends in all walks of life, good home, good family, good friends. I mean, I know all the Detroiters, high and low, on the street, down and out, in the school systems, in the churches, in the jails. Huh? So that God gives you a chance when you travel and experience the human life to understand what God has done for us. When we talk about successor, I want to take us back to the fact that this great leader who was a native Detroiter, Imam Warathuddin Muhammad, a name meaning leader. The Imam was just a name meaning leader, right? But more importantly, Warathuddin Muhammad, he has inherited something that's special. Because whatever the successor to Jesus got, he got that as an inheritance. That means that this new people who went through this peculiar slavery in the American system called African Americans, they actually represent something that most human beings forget. We're talking about successor, we're talking about inheritance, and we're talking about what the spirit of Detroit is today. We call it a miraculous day because by the time we finish these 7 or 8 things, believe me, you will at least know that the real Muslim is not your enemy. You will know that this special community called the community of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad, who happens to be led by his son right now, Warathuddin Muhammad II, is no accident. And it's one that has an orientation that is very interesting and insightful when understood. And we're going to try to get to that today. We're talking about successor. We're talking about a unity day for October 30th. This is October 30th.
There's a meeting ID 83. Let me see.
I think someone's talking. Hopefully they'll catch that. We want to identify the impediments to unity within the community of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad first, since he's the native Detroiter we're talking about. Then we want to also explain why the spirit of Detroit is qualified to call the entire world back to unity, peace, and love. From there, we're going to show you some very interesting things about what makes Detroit so special in terms of why the Black Bottom was what it was. Its higher division being called, instead of just being called Black Bottom, being called Paradise Valley. First place in America where you could find on one corner a mosque, a temple, on the next corner a synagogue, on the next corner a church, right there together. Detroit. The 3. Wow, isn't that interesting? The 3. They try. The 3. Today is the 3rd. Oh, okay, come on, God, teach. Show us something here. Lead us. We're just humble, we're just believers. This community, the community of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad, had to experience on 9/9/2008 the loss of its leader, the great Imam Muhammad. And can you imagine? I'm talking to our people internally. Can you imagine what that meant for W.D. Muhammad II? Woo! I'm gonna tell you why he's a good brother. I'm speaking to the men in the community, and the women will appreciate me calling this out. This man was comfortable selling books and tapes for his father. Great businessman, no question about it, but he's not the man that's out front. The brother, the young brother, you go back and look at it, he had the challenge because in our community, the imam made sure he developed great scholars. I could name some. Maybe you would say it's not fair for me to do it, but they are companions. In every other culture, in creation, when they have companions of the inspired one, they give recognition. They don't mind saying things like Nasir Ahmed, Earl El-Amin, Wali Abdel Raouf, Anissa Dewan, Aisha Muhammad, Aisha Mustafa. They don't mind saying Fahim Shuaib, Arlene El-Amin, Clyde Rockman. They don't mind saying Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali. They don't mind that. For us, it's an issue. But we have to begin to respect what God has done, because these great individuals I'm naming, they also put some spirit into this man we're talking about for unity. So as we move down and think about it, when you look at us, this young brother, he took over on the day after his father passed, but he didn't take over us. Now, many of us big-headed scientists, I would put myself in that category. I use me. I come to Chicago, I spend 2-3 hours in the lobby of a movie theater with the man just talking to me. I go around the country, he sees me, we sit and talk. Now his son, what's he gonna tell me? That's the problem we made with this young man. We thought he was gonna try to tell us something. He ain't trying to tell us nothing. He ain't trying to tell us he knows more Arabic than us. He ain't trying to tell us he knows more in our subject matter expertise than we do. He's saying, how can we use it together? And I think we did a little misread there. And we do that to each other. And so has history. And in America, when you talk about unity and succession, guess what? Here's a next jewel for America. This is generally for Caucasian, white supremacists, white racists, or just good Caucasians. Here's something to think about, because you know your history better than we do. In fact, yep, you know our history better than we do. Let's face it. This is the kind of talk we're going to have today, because we're talking about moving towards unity. When you look at the African American, I don't care if you're Hispanic, Latinx, African, Egyptian, what, name it. I'll just stop there. I could go on Japanese, I could say Russian, I could say German, I could say French, I could say Spanish, whatever your ethnicity is. When you look at the African American people's experience, you are getting a front row, firsthand seat and mirror through a window too of what your people's greatness is. It's a repeat. We just happen to be the newest repeat. The great champions, Muhammad Ali, for example, you, America, you had ancestors like this. The greatness may be on a different scale, the times are different. But you get to know, you know what? I have a relative that was as wonderful like Muhammad Ali. Instead of saying, I hate Muhammad Ali because he's black. What do they know? They'll never be nothing. You missed it, America. That's the beauty of the trois, the three. Watch it now. That's what that's what Detroit means. Oh, I thought you knew that. Okay. So what we're saying here now is America and the world. Those of you who cannot say this, appreciate that the African American people can say this. We are not beneficiaries of the American slave system. Woo! Hold on. I told you already, you're going to get some things you haven't heard before. Let's go ahead and unpeel that a little bit. This is the community of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad. Let me tell you something, one other little piece about this. This is for the African-American male who may have a problem with Warathuddin Muhammad. Warathuddin didn't pay me to say this. Didn't know I was going to say it. In fact, they didn't even ask me for my script. They just said, Brother Daniel, would you? This is a black man. This is an African-American man. We like to say he's a Bilalian. That's what we call ourselves. This is the Bilalian male who took over the leadership. And guess what? A sign of how true he is to you and to me that I pay attention to as a scientist is I know of at least 2 occasions. This is private matter. I don't know how public we went. I know that we're supposed to have a lot more non-Muslims on this call, and so I'm trying to be guarded how I say this. This young leader, ready, now the African American, now some else can't get to this. I know that. Some people can't get to this. I'm talking to the African Americans that are members and associated with Imam Warathuddin Muhammad. I know you like I know myself. Listen to this about Warathuddin Muhammad II. This young man, God bless him, I know of at least 2 occasions where he told his own mother no when she had a financial need and he thought it would jeopardize your money. Now that's what he did. Now right there, you got some issues with him, okay. But just that right there, whatever your issues are, you gotta say, wait, time out. I know you do, because I do. That's a brother. We actually, in our intelligence, we went to the part as far as a community as to saying, well, our community has been left at a loss now. The Imam is gone. And he didn't leave anybody. Because if he left somebody, he wouldn't have left Wallace. Woo! That reminds me of some of my colleagues in Detroit who tell me, Brother Daniel, you know, we like what you about, but we always thought that Imam Warathuddin Muhammad was just a spiritual man. Don't do that. This is the greatest business mind on the planet, and you're gonna say that to me. But let's go back to Wallace. Yeah, so he told his mother, no, okay. What a man, huh? Do I make sense on that? So our community had this issue of no one was left in control. It should have been such and such. It should have been, well, this one is, we know we got these great lights. I got one brother, listen to this. He probably doesn't want me to bring any light to him, but I studied the Imam's companions. That was my mission. I studied his companions. And by studying his companions, I got to know him. And the reason I studied his companions is because when I was in undergraduate school at Michigan State University, that's where I met Brother Elam, who helped me come into the community in the first experience. But I had a professor, and I had two wonderful A's from him, and he applauded me for being Muslim. Professor Alfred Welch, he told me that the Imam was a special man before he became the Imam. But so we're on good grounds here, we're guessing. So our community is being carved out to be a role model for something. Give us some credit. But back to the point. So the community is, if he is the successor to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, then that means we can draw some comparisons. After all, when you look at Muhammad as the successor to Jesus, Understand why he's the successor. The reason Muhammad is the successor is not because he's greater than Jesus. Jesus, our brother, we love him. A lot of times people just put focus on how he died and why he died. But let me tell you something greater than that. This wonderful human being, Isa ibn Maryam, can't say really Jesus, because if you say Jesus and you go back in time, like, you know, the clock, see this here? By the time you try to go back, if it takes me 3 times to go around to get back to the time of Jesus, 1 time I got to stop. I can't go any further because that word didn't exist. So Esau, I can go on back. But Esau, he knew. That's why he said it was expedient. Wonderful, wonderful learned brother. He said he had to go away. Why? Because he could see the world wasn't going to let him be a father. The world wasn't going to let him be a general. The world wasn't going to let him be a husband. The world wasn't going to let him be a CEO, just like us. The world ain't going to let us be don't want to let us be a CEO. The world don't want to let us be a father. Yeah, there's things that make us not fathers. There's things that are put in the process in our history when you study them. You say, I ain't studying you. That's a man who's on a slave block that has an option. Listen to this, America. He has an option. He can either go and stud his mother, or they're going to hang him. The man steps up to the gallows and says, I ain't studying you. I ain't studying my mother. I ain't studying my mother. David Walker ain't going to stud his mother. Nat Turner ain't going to stud his mother. Mm-hmm. This is that community that you laugh at. You want to marginalize us when we are you. Living. We are your history in motion now. We breathe now. But we breathe the experiences that your people, your ancestors did. So we have to be unified with our systems. My scales. Greater understanding of what happened in our past. Demonstrate more understanding of why members of our community have had issues, things they didn't like. It's okay, it's human. I call on the International League of Muslims.
Assalamu alaikum. All right. Is everyone having trouble? It looks like he lost his connection, maybe. Is that on our end? Is everyone else seeing that?
Yeah.
He lost connection.
He lost the connection.
Okay, yeah, it looked like his internet connection was going. He lost a little visual at first, and then it went all the way out. He'll be back. He'll reconnect here shortly. How y'all enjoying it so far?
Oh, alhamdulillah.
That's excellent.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, and just so you know how serious our brother is, he's actually in the studio. So that's how serious he is about this presentation and about this community. So we could
look like he's back, coming back on now. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give him a second to come back on. Let's locate him. And Brother Daniel, are you back? Let's see.
Come back in.
All right, Brother Daniel, we see you're back. We just don't have the visuals quite yet. So whenever you're ready to go ahead and start back up, go ahead and start back up. But so far, thank you all for joining us again for the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad's first Sunday community program. We have a audience on YouTube, and of course, we're streaming as always live on Zoom. We thank you all for joining us. We're allowing Brother Daniel to sign back on. You can visit us at themosquecares.com. You can donate at themosquecares.com.
Yes. I think I'm back.
All right, we see you, Brother Daniel.
Am I back?
Yes,
No,
sir. So just reorientate the camera for us on Brother David, Brother Carl. Just flip the screen.
No.
No.
Just flip the camera view.
Flip it from front to back. No, I'm seeing Brother Carl.
Talking to you, Carl. Yes.
I see you now.
Oh,
You
yeah.
gotta
Flip the camera, not the device, but the actual camera.
Yeah, he's right. He's saying that you gotta flip it out.
There we go.
you go.
There we go.
I left off on the International League of Muslim Women call for greater women unity with all aspects of the community of Imam
Excuse me, Brother Daniel, we just gotta reorient it to
90 degrees.
Yes, sir.
90 degrees, Carl. Turn it the other way, Carl. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
The enemy ain't trying to hear this, Mujahid. The enemy is not trying to hear this. Teach the truth, man. Teach the truth, man. The enemy ain't trying to hear this. Teach the truth, man.
We left off with the International League of Muslim Women. Nothing is more important than the role the women have. They are our best teacher, our first teacher, and that will continue, despite whatever Amazon or Google has to say. And they should continue guiding us. And because they raised the leadership. Yeah, the males in our tradition are given the task because in the history, don't forget, the world was messed up by the males. And that's why the male has the greater responsibility. The women didn't mess it up, the men did. Just like in the religion. We messed it up on our own ignorance. We said, what is your religion? What makes us think God, the creator of the heavens and earth and all between, the God, needs to change his plan for us? He gave us a legion. That legion was established through Adam and through Abraham. If there comes a time because of our error, we have to do a new religion, a legion again. God is going to give us the original legion. We can't say that, well, Ibrahim, he was a Jew or he was a Christian. We can just say he was upright and he submitted his will to the will of God. And in the language of that original book of life, the perfect book, the perfect language, Quranic Arabiya, that word is called Muslim, one who submits the particular will, even the free will, willingly, freely, openly, lovingly to the one God. There's only one. I'll leave it there. Because we're asking for unity within the community of Imam Wafiuddin Muhammad. I call them the conveners of the leaders. Good brother, my friend, I saw what happened. I went to the parties to find out what happened when the Imam passed. I know his intention. I know the sincerity of his intention. I know the level of love that the conveners have for this community. And I say to you, there is much more that can be done by way of unity with all aspects of the community of Imam Wafiddin Muhammad. And that respect, you know, you would expect the people who are the closest like that to the Imam who had so much. I used to watch the brothers. I used to push back. You know, I used to tell brothers, you know, y'all know I can call you out. I used to tell y'all we get the Imam and the Imam start going on stuff. Hey man, let's just get out of here, man, because the Imam, he gonna give us too much. No, you're just self-looking on them. Then when the son comes along, you say, well, hey, what is he gonna teach me? He ain't gonna try to teach you anything. He wants to just be your brother. And he wants us to gain and win together. That is a blessing. Keep in mind, conveners, in our history of looking at succession, when we look at our prophet experience, peace upon him, at this point in time after the prophet left, peace be upon him, what happened? The first successor, he died the death of a natural death. Next successor, he died the death of the homicide. The next successor died the death of the homicide. These are the rightly guided leaders. They're rightly guided leaders. The next successor, he died the death of assassination as well. The Imam put in a solution. He put in place a man who wasn't looking for nothing. He just wanted to be your brother. And because he's imperfect, who are we to compare him to the Imam? I can't compare a matchstick to the Imam's life. And I don't want you to compare me to the Imam. Can't do it. That's a special blessing. He inherited what Muhammad inherited from Jesus. How are you going to compare to that? So I think we can show greater love and unity with each other, conveners. All right, like I said, I'm gonna say some things because God is the one I sought for my words, not me. I believe in God like you do. I don't think you believe in God more than me. And I believe that I'm not perfect, but I've been a good human being. And that's all you can ask to do is be a good human being. My mother named me Daniel because she named me Daniel because of Daniel in the Bible. When I changed my name to Hamidullah Daniel Mujahid, I was going to change it to Hamidullah Mujahid. And the Imam Wafiddin Muhammad said, no, brother, you keep that Daniel because your mother right. You are Daniel. And he said, I mean that in the biblical sense. We're going to talk about that too. I call her the Muslim Journal. This is our saving grace. People spin our story all kinds of ways and narratives, make us look like we're nothing. We only are spiritual people. We only want to know the 10th form of the Edabiyah. We can't get a job. That is not us. My brother Elijah Cummings used to say to Earl Elmine, come on, America, we better than this. We better than this. The Muslim Journal has been struggling. It's got to figure out some solutions for how to reach out and include and be a relevant part of media delivery. But it's got everything it needs. It's got a great leader, and she's a woman. Wonderful sister. But the Muslim Journal itself can find better ways to improve on how our community dialogues, interacts on certain issues that we need to be discussing. Because we are, don't forget that band, we are that model for the world. Yeah, we're talking about Unity Day, but we can't be Unity Day to the world if we're not unified. I call on the business professionals. I know you, you know me. Oh, we don't have to do nothing else but to say we know each other and we still love each other. The healthcare professionals, and I love them. Wow, what a job they are doing. Oh, without real gratitude, compensation, keeping us alive, giving us the latest up-to-date information. Oh, wonderful community. We just don't look at it sometimes. But I call on them, our business professionals, New Africa, etc. We can improve on how we treat and respect each other in our events. Some events we should do together. Some events we should just support each other. But at all times, we should remember we are that band. That's the power of the mosque cares. The mosque cares. The mosque cares. So you say, well, why don't you say the masjid cares? For the same reason that we say Detroit instead of Seco. It's a reason. I call on our youth leaders. We Buy Black. I'm hoping that before time goes too far down the road, I haven't been able to win it. He's a brilliant young brother. I can't get him to change that name. I sure wish, you know, God bless us to come into some right resources. We might be able to convince him to one day change that We Buy Black. I think We Buy Black misses some of the power of where he's going with his organization, the men and women of his organization. Brilliant youth. I love them. I got to meet them in DC, some of them, and I just love their energy. They remind me of us. When I'm looking at them, I say, I'm not jealous. I'm saying, how can I support them? Because I'm seeing what I've tried to do. Just like America can grow up, if they start seeing African American as, wow, they are experiencing what our ancestors had to go through. And our ancestors were great and they overcame it. What can we do to help them overcome it? Instead of what can we do to tear them down? Yeah. But yeah, I call on them. You may not change it to We Buy Black. I'm sure try them. But for now, it's We Buy Black. And there are many of you out there. We know each other. One young brother, I was trying to do a project for economic development for the conveners, you know. And this is the great brother of 12, his son, Mikhail Shabazz out of Philadelphia. Oh, you know, I feel like, hey, you know, oh, he didn't just dismiss me. I called him 4 or 5 times, he didn't call me back. Then I called him again late. He said, Brother Daniel, let me tell you something, man. His name was Hannibal. He said, Brother Daniel, we talk. We know who you are. We know you're a good brother. We know our community is blessed. But Brother Daniel, when you were coming through, man, you had programs, man. You had Muhammad Speaks, you had the fish, you know, you had sardines if you wanted to, you had the bean pie. You had programs, brother. We digging for our own self. We're finding our own way. We're trying to figure this technology out, the digital divide, etc. So on the 30th in Detroit, some of the stakeholders of Detroit, good brothers, we met to collaborate. We're collaborating for you, Mayor. I got to give a special shout out to our brother who he and I came into the religion together, who I'm telling America, I'm telling the community of Imam Wafiduddin Muhammad, and I'm speaking on scientific, professional subject matter expertise when I say this. For what we see as the role of Detroit as a community, this brother is our Joseph, as in Joseph in the scripture. He's our brother. He happens to be the Wayne County treasurer. Probably has a budget a little over, well, yeah, it's in the billions. Yeah. He's over the land bank. Yeah. All the vacant properties, 18,000 properties. I should tell you that back in our early youth, he took an assignment to be a leader for the Imam in a place that was way out of the way. I won't name the city. It was in the Midwest. I guess that would be the Midwest. He loved the Imam and loves him now. And he is the #1 executive for the Treasury. The Treasury. He's the treasurer of our county. And I say that because I want you to know this, Chicago. Chicago is no mistake. I love the Mosqueers being in Chicago because Chicago originally was a member of Wayne County. Ooh. I told you I was going to say some things you weren't ready for. I got 4 or 5 more. Yeah, Wayne County. Chicago was in Wayne County. That's right. You go back to 1700. Go back to before there was America. Before there was Michigan. Before there was Illinois. Before there was Indiana. Wayne County existed. Home-based charter, just like Detroit. Home-based charter. Chicago, member of Wayne County. So the county is arranging a memorandum of understanding for you, not for me. Brother Daniel, old now. I got my pom-poms ready. Got my good friend on my side. Brother, Billy Sparks, I love him. He introduced me to music opportunities at Michigan State many years ago. And he's the gentleman that's in the movie Purple Rain, as Prince's manager at the bar, telling Prince, hey, player, I got 3 spots and 4 bands. Now, what would you do if you were in my situation? That brother, yeah. He's with us. He's with this community. He loves you. But we ain't looking for fan and fame over this. We're looking at how can we optimize Mosqueers, the Imam Muhammad's community, the most misunderstood community in America. And we know that if we're not beneficiaries of slavery, at some point in time, America's gonna wake up and say, we owe them some more respect. Even the white races, when you think about the fact that you see these people going through what your people went through, you could be a little bit more giving, more caring, more understanding. So we're going to do those memos of understanding on our day of what we call the Unity Day, October 30th. We're asking for 10 million people around the world to help us sing a song called Now We Breathe, which depicts the history of what has happened to human beings against human beings. It's in scripture, and it plays itself out in our daily lives. And right now, the focus and the brunt of it is the African American, but every people on the planet has experienced this. Don't think that we're saying Black Lives Matter and your lives don't matter. We're saying Black Lives Matter too. Don't forget that. The Mosqueers, special place. The community of Imam Muhammad. A model being made whether we accept it or not, because God is in control of it. Detroit. So in Detroit, you couldn't live anywhere you wanted to. You had to pick a few places, these are called live outside of the restricted covenant zones, My friend Carl, well, Imam's cousin, and we did a press conference down there on 9/11. That's the day that, on 9/11 is the day we put Imam Muhammad in the ground in Chicago. And of course, remember, I said that Chicago's roots are in Detroit. Yeah. A lot of people argue with me, but that's okay. The ones that won't argue, this is for you. The ones that want to argue with me, this may not be for you. So this ground, Detroit, it has several areas, Conant Gardens, Black Bottom was actually 2 districts, but the district they called Paradise Valley. And that was that Hastings Street, also the Hastings Street connector. Oh, Hastings also extended to the area that we finally call the Big 3. We don't mean Big 3 like you think. True, the auto industry started there. True, the word for do for self, which was popularized by the father of the Imam Muhammad, the Honorable Master Elijah Muhammad. True, his language for do for self got us out of our inferiority as a people, and we would appreciate that. His teacher, Fard Muhammad, was the one, a lot of people don't give him credit for this. This man studied every African American organization before he put his strategy together. Marcus Garvey in Detroit, Noble Drew Ali's organization, Prince Hall's organization, my friend who's also doing a memo of understanding for you, the great Dr. Kenneth Harris of the National Business League. He's doing, I'm gonna tell you in a few minutes something for this community in just a few minutes. Just hold on. I told you already it's gonna be 7 or 8 things you ain't expecting. So, you know, at least I'm trying to be true. But yeah, this situation here in Detroit, Paradise Valley, Black Bottom, Conant Gardens, other places you couldn't even ask to live there because you were restricted legally. Yeah, no, in the 1900s, yeah. But the Black Bottom and the do for self idea is really from the same word of the originator of the automobile. The word automobile means do for self. We said in July 1930 that we started a formal strategy called the Nation of Islam to bring us into the reality. We weren't going to accept anybody's interpretation of God but our own. That was the strategy. Do for self. So do for self, the word automobilus, do for self. The first guy I know, Daniel, he didn't, because Carl Benz did it in 1895. No, he didn't. Oh, let me show you this. Ooh. I told you. I'm just trying to show you how these trees are going to come together to mean Detroit is special in terms of a divine destiny and the role of Detroiters in the world coming back to unity and peace. So in 1877, C.R. Patterson was given a patent for the horseless carriage. Now, his company was called Patterson Greenfield. Now, of course, Greenfield, there was a Greenfield, Ohio, and there's a Greenfield, Michigan. Of course, I think Henry married a woman from Greenfield, Michigan, and Greenfield became a great project, even when he was wrestling with the politics of crooked Detroiters and didn't want to keep his plant in the Black Bottom, where all of them started, in the Black Bottom, right there on Paquette, and San Antoine, you know. Black Bottom, yeah, that's where they all started. But this he was a black man, so he you know, come on, let's face it, come on. We know the story already. I mean, even the Caucasians can tell you what happened better than me. But I'll show you so that we don't have to go through, prove it to me, because the media, they want to find a way to just knock my socks off on this one. So here it is. 1877, he was given us a patent for the horseless carriage. Now, Carl Benz, you could, you know, it wavers depending on what, because it's a matter of functionality and practicality is what when you go back and study the history, what was practical. His most practical product, he actually had it documented in 1885, you know, even though the vehicle production was 95. But that was 1885, 7 years later. But let me tell you what they gave it to him for, what it was called. They didn't call it a horseless carriage anymore because, you know, the Patterson brother, he came out of agriculture. You know, like the Booker T talked about our great experiences, you know, and of course, George Washington Carver did so much with agriculture. That was the thing then. Before the auto industry was agriculture. That's why Detroit was so important, because of agriculture. Because the soil in Detroit was so good that it is said, listen to this, it is said that you could put some fertilizer on some cement in Detroit and something will grow. That's why it was called Black Bottom, not because that was one of the areas that blacks had to live in. That was true too. But look here, this is an 8-year difference. But let me just show you what his automobile, which is called the first automobile, let me tell you what it was called. Watch this now. In fact, I'm gonna go up here and show you what it was called, because this word didn't exist before this happened. This is a new word back then. Watch this. You see that? Hold on. The black man's vehicle was not practical because his vehicle required you to build the carriage first and then put the engine in it. Whereas 8 years later, Carl Benz's vehicle built the engine first and then built the carriage around it. Isn't that more practical? I don't know. Some people say that's semantic. Some people say that's crazy. I don't know. It depends on your level of humanity. You know, if you can't see the ridiculousness of that, and you have to rely on your racist tendencies, you probably never will realize that a black man invented the automobile. I know in the history books, the emphasis is on Frederick Douglass Patterson because he started an auto plant in 1914. But keep in mind, we're not talking about the son. We're talking about the father. And that's what the community of Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad is. When you say that Noah lived 900 years, you don't mean physically. You just don't know that. You mean that his dominance, his leadership, his vision was so strong that the carrying force of that community maintained under his design 900 years. So Wallace D. Muhammad II, it's no slight on him if he just continues in that tradition and it's his father's community. It's no slight on him. If he lives 500 years as our leader, we will still be known as the community of Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad. And I say to the learned ones in our community, the good thing about W.D. Muhammad II is he doesn't have a problem with that. He don't have a problem with that. He really ain't got no ego. He didn't know I was going to say this. He probably didn't even know I studied him this deeply, but that's what I do. Once we're united, the world's going to pay attention. So we said we picked the day, October 30th, because that's the day the Imam was born. So I know the things that I'm saying, I call them a miracle, meaning that they came to me from the God. They wouldn't have come to me on my own. That's why I say miracle. So you say, well, then that doesn't qualify for a miracle. But it's not going to argue with you. I know one thing, today is the 3rd, and I know that D3 means the 3. My good brother, one of my great leaders at Michigan State, the great Carl Taylor, he's put a lot of effort into what's called the 3rd city. What makes it so interesting that it's the 3rd city? What is it about Detroit? It's where it's going. It's these memos of understanding that's going to invite this community, the community of Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad, back to Detroit. It's the commitment of Detroiters for excellence that's going to win. Yeah, we've had it all. Now we want to do right. We want to forbid what is wrong. And Detroit is going to be the model for that. So on the 30th, we do it in song. We have a song now, We Breathe, that reflects on this history. And it's to be done in your own language, wherever you are on the planet. And when you go to the website, when you get the ticket for the event, you'll be able to download the details on the languages you want to do it in. Sign language, yeah. We say, be in your community. It goes something like this. You might say for unity, you might say unita. You have different names, whatever it is. Just be. Breathe. That's one of the movements in it. I was going to play a version of it that our great sister Camilla Furkan did, but maybe for the sake of time, I won't do it now because you'll be able to get the song. We're going to release the song on the 30th, and that'll be one of the features of that song. That song will be set up by some dynamics that some of our leaders will speak to. Our great brother from San Francisco, Abu Qadir Al-Amin, the leader out there, lover of the Mosqueers. He will speak to the first movement, which is the happenings, how human beings have done each other. Esau, Jacob, Cain, Abel. It's just repeating stories. We do it today. Second movement, our good brother from Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, Imam Talib Sharif. Wonderful human being. Love him. Masterful. Doctor, you never would even think he's a doctor. He's a doctor. He will speak to the second movement, which deals with the human ability to rise up, to ask for a higher power, to help save us, save humanity. The third movement, we're going to have our wonderful young sister, God willing, Anissa Dewan, as I said. This one here, this phase, this third phase, was part of that third phase is what I played just then. That thing is, it's really a voice from heaven, and I should say, I know that can be controversial. We shared this with the Focolari, one of our sisters, brought to attention this song, Now We Breathe, and they wanted to invite us to perhaps have it performed with them. Yeah, I know I told you I was going to say some things at the Pope's First Sunday, which is November 28th, called the first day of the event, or an activity related to that. So we have invited them to join us for this global song that we're going to do in our concert on October 30th at 1 to 3 p.m. You know, later that night, of course, in part of Unity Day, it caps off with our great brother, the great drummer, Bernard Harper, doing an activity on behalf of the Muslim Journal. So that'll be a wonderful day. That's the 30th. So I need about 5 or 6 youth who feel that they are digitally divided. This is from the Mosqueers to you, okay? This was done as a result of this is just one of the collaborations that we'll be introducing on the 30th. But this one, you have to decide now if you want to be one of these. And they did say to me, Brother Daniel, we'll give you 5 or 6 scholarships. But if you find that there are some deserving and worthy members of the association community of the Mosqueers, the community of Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad, let us know and we'll extend it to them. This is a training from Harvard. This training was coordinated through the great works of Dr. Kenneth Harris and Jared Jones from the ICC, which was the organization that was started by the great business icon thinker, Michael Porter. Comes out of Harvard, and its goal is to, after you do this 30-hour program, you won't have to worry about the digital divide anymore. In fact, its goal is to move you from being digitally divided to digitally multiplied. So you can email me if that is something, you know, we're not asking for much. I do hope that you come to me through the blessing of a good imam, and I know many of them, and there are some very good ones in our community, especially those who are companions of the imam. This is really who I negotiated this with in good faith for. And so we're doing it at the Mosque Cares because the Mosque Cares is asking for a greater unity from all of us. So we'll take those names and you can email that to me. If you would be one of those willing to do the requirements, you'll have to agree to sign up this week coming, and the first class will actually start in October. And you will move from being whatever it is. If you're digitally divided about anything, you'll end up digitally multiplied. That's out of Harvard, and that's the world-class cutting program, okay? And it's no cost to you. Thank God for that. Not because Brother Daniel's anything other than just your brother, and because I was fortunate to be a friend to our leader. So I'm at H. Yeah, in fact, you can just send it to me at Daniel, because my mother named me Daniel. Daniel at hmuja2.com. I'm going to need that probably by about Tuesday of this week coming, because I asked them to hold up until I got a chance to first ask our community to be unified, and to ask our community to make sure that whatever we do it with people that are in alignment with what we see in our leadership through Mosque Cares and through the community of Imam Muhammad. I'm not going to be too obligated to do back checking on you, because most of you, when I see your name, I'll know, and you know I'll know. But I guess I could write that out. Maybe I should do that. And I'm working towards conclusion now. Let's see. So that would look something like this. I had some other stuff I'm not going to talk about. I had some other things I was going to bring up about the 77 day. I was going to give you this real nice, my brother out of Philadelphia, he does a nice thing about 12s, and I have about 20 things about the number 7 that are real things that happen in the heavens that you missed. The Star of David, for example. On December the 21st, you missed that. Yeah, that happened. The grand conjunction where all the planets lined up in submission, that happened on the 14th. The Trinity conjunction, it happened in July during that 77-day period between the election and the inauguration, that 77-day window there, all that stuff that happened. Many signs there, but we won't get into that this time. But I'll just say, do it this way, Daniel. At hmuja2.com. Company called M&A, just a little company that I'm revisiting and reinvigorating it to get active. I'm kind of like coming out of retirement to do it because there's a need, and because our community has inherited much, and because we want to be seen as doing all we can to support this great blessing we have, the Mosque Cares, the community of Imam Muhammad, the inheritor of Muhammad. That's his name. The one that inherited the deen, the debt, the spirit of Muhammad. See, that spirit is older than America. That spirit that we call the spirit of Detroit, when you look at that statue, it's been oxidized, and that's why it's green. Green is the color of heaven. That green oxidation means hue. Whatever your hue is, living hue. Whatever you are in color, you living the hue. Hue is a color. No one color better than another. What you do with it is what makes you superior. Your regardfulness to what you've been given by the Creator. Your willingness to do that. That's what makes you great. That's what every people had. Caucasians, you had that in your history. You letting that down when you hate people. I don't care if you just hate Black people. You letting it down when you hate people. Hispanic Americans, you letting it down. Your ancestors down when you start hating somebody else because they are a different hue than you. You don't like them because the way they look. You fail. Japanese, you fail when you do that. when you look at people and think that you're superior because you got whatever. You letting down your ancestors, not us. You letting your ancestors down. We're just a sign of what they had to go through. And here you are coming out with all these benefits. You done benefited from slavery, and then you're going to still attack the people who didn't benefit from slavery. Come on. Like Elijah said, we better than this. So in my conclusion, we have more levels of understanding coming. Oh, I'm just giving you that because we need to get this going. Oh, Detroit is ready for you. Youth of the Imam Muhammad community, we want you to move to Detroit. We're not afraid of it currently having challenges. Eventually, the people who are doing wrong in Detroit, they'll get the idea to do right. And we thank God that we had one from among us who went through that experience, you see, who was able to inherit what Muhammad inherited from Jesus. You say, well, what's in the name? I'll say the word. I was going to ask you about the word in my summary. So we say, well, in the beginning was the word. Wait a minute. You said in the beginning, right? Okay. What beginning? The beginning. Okay. Okay. And the word was God. The scripture never said that. In fact, the scripture never even used the word God. If you go back, I mean, you can go back. Like I said, if I gotta go three cycles to get back, watch this now. I'll go one. I can't even go one. I have to stop because that word didn't even exist. Can't even say the word, I can't say the word God. Jesus never used the word God. When Jesus said to the people, and he spoke in his own language, he didn't speak Hebrew out in the community and what byways and the highways where he was. He didn't speak Hebrew. Nobody spoke Hebrew. They spoke Hebrew in the synagogue. Come on. In his language, Jesus would say, if he was going to say, it is God's will, he would say, I'm going to say it the way he would say it, not the way I would say it. Jesus, the Christ, the anointed one, he would say, Mashallah. Okay, enough of that. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do, America. Human beings, we got a lot of work on ourselves to do. We got to start there. We got to start. I agree with Michael, the mirror. We've let ourselves down. We've let our ancestors down, and we've let the God down. He's witnessed all of this. He's witnessed your motives, your intentions, your references, your ignorances, your good intentions, your good deeds. And thank God that he is the one that is able to judge. We can't judge each other because we would fail because it's too much. We have to let it go. We have to have unity. October 30th, Unity Day. We want you to be there. We're asking each person hearing this as a start. We know we lost some crowd, audience, but we ask each of you, if you will, to sign up for the Eventbrite Unity Day and invite 3 of your friends to do the same thing. And if you do that, and if that cascades, we believe that mathematically speaking, not figuratively speaking, not spiritually speaking, but mathematically speaking, from this day, October the 3rd, that the numbers will mean that on October 30th, we will have a global audience of 10 million people. A little bit over that, but I don't need to pull that number up because the point is we have the opportunity to do it if we believe. Sometimes people don't believe. We know that. And you don't have to, I don't know. Some people, you got to be somebody big to believe in them. It's hard to sometimes just believe in a little regular guy, old retired guy like Brother Daniel, I understand that too. But for those of you who do believe, I believe that the God will bless us and the angels will be witnessing this. Each one of you ask 3 people to join in for the Unity Day on October 30th. That's going to be exported from Detroit. You don't have to come to Detroit for it. It's going to be around the world, but the concert will feature certain songs. We've got a group of great 2-time nominee young children, 12 years old, out of Oakland, California, out there with Fahim, a group called the Alphabet Rockers. Now, I have a bias. Yeah, I have a couple of granddaughters that perform in the group. They teach diversity training, respect for all people, and they go throughout California. Wonderful group. Go to their website, alphabetrockers.com. We're featuring them. We believe in them. We want charities to go to them to grow them. We also believe in the group right here in Michigan from Flint, where some people thought the auto industry started because of the Spark Club. There's a wonderful activity up there called the Tapology.org group. And my friend, my good friend, Alfred Bruce Bradley, his organization, they train hundreds of African-American and other youth from around the country. They do a week-long activity later in October, and you'll get a glimpse of what they do at the show on October 30th. And they're very, very profound professionals. And the art of dance, the science of rhythm, they have found a way to make it an art form in the STEAM system. And they're a wonderful project, and he saves lives through what he does. You can visit them, tapology.org. Obviously, Mosque Cares, we can do more. Some of us had some issues because of the times. All of us were hurt at the same time when the Imam left, and we didn't really look at how it affected us. But it tainted our view at first. This is a wonderful organization. They're not perfect. They make a lot of mistakes, man. I gotta tell you, man. I know, they make some mistakes, but they are us. And I look at myself and I say, you know what? Yeah, they make mistakes, but they obviously don't make as many mistakes as I do, because in a week that goes by, my wife ain't complaining about something I didn't do. And if I ask her to forgive me, and I ask God to forgive me, I certainly can forgive the mistakes that the Mosque Cares makes. So that's the community of the Imam Muhammad. We breathe. Now we breathe in the unity. October 30th, Unity Day. God bless you. I mean.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel.
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Was concludes. I didn't hear the last part. It sounded like you closed out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You're getting a lot of comments in the chat, and they're requesting certain information. So, do you have time to answer a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, at this time, we see one hand up. So we'll just raise your hand if you have a question in the chat, and we'll go through by the hands that we see raised. We'll start with Sister Mira Muhammad. Okay, we'll go to the next person while she's getting her mic straight, it sounds like. Go ahead, Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu
Walaikum assalam.
I just would like for you to put in all that information. Could you please put that in the chat? And thank you so much, Brother Daniel. I appreciate everything that you spoke about. And I did not know that there was a black brother, that started the automobile. That's new to me, and I thank you because I love to hear about our history. Not their story, but our history. And you keep on doing what you're doing, Brother Daniel. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
And assalamu alaikum, my cares.
When you say put everything I said in the chat, what do you mean by that?
Tapology.com.
Oh yes. Okay.
Put that information in the chat, and anything else that I need because I couldn't write everything down. I'm not Speedy Gonzalez, shouldn't I? But could you put down any information that's needed? Put it down in the chat for me, please. Thank you so much, Brother Daniel. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother Daniel's mic is muted.
Okay, next we'll go back to Sister Amira, and then we'll follow her by after. Following Sister Amira will be Sister Baina Pasha. Go ahead, Sister Amira.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel.
Walaikum assalam.
So appreciate you. I see Allah still bless you with that spirit that you had when you used to come up here, Imam Muhammad's first Sunday. I can always tell in your spirit the type of brother that you were, and that you would make a significant contribution to this community, and that's what you're doing. I thank Allah for holding that spirit in you, and I pray Allah that He continue to do that, and you be of great benefits to Imam Muhammad's community. Thank you so much, Brother Daniel. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Okay, next we'll go to Sister Baina. Sister Baina.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
yes.
hear me? Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel. This Sister Baina, you know, we go way back. Thank you, thank you. Beautiful, beautiful presentation from reviewing our history in Detroit, from Hastings Street on down.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel. This is Sister Alita.
This is Alita, my daughter, saying hi.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu
Akbar. Now she was a student of mine.
She was your student.
She was an excellent student, and I used to have to study the night before class just to stay ahead of her.
Wow.
Yeah, I never told her that. She was that sharp. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
And may Allah continue to bless you, brother.
Thank you.
All your endeavors.
Thank you.
And bless the mosque cares. I mean, we need it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Well, I was valedictorian when I graduated.
Next, anyone else had a question or comment for Brother Daniel?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Brother Daniel, Brother Norman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to give the greetings and the prayers out to our brother, Brother Wharf, the second in family, and really appreciate you and listening. I see Allah bless your prayers, my brother. That was a great presentation. We thank Allah for you. You have always been someone that inspired me whenever we met and we showed thanking. It's a blessing. I'm looking for the next time. May Allah bless you.
Yes, sir. Walaikum assalam.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Say Imam Milam. Ma'am Daniel, you did great presentation. And just keep up with the good work. And I remember Hastings Street because I grew up on Hastings Street, and Oatman and so forth. And it was a pleasure knowing you in Michigan, and went to Michigan State University. The state won, yes.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, good brother, man. Thank you.
All right. The next question or comment for Brother Daniel. Brother Ahmed, we see your mic is open. Did you have a question for Brother Daniel?
No, I don't have a question. I just wanted to commend him on such a thoughtful and encompassing presentation, because that's what our community needs: leadership and unity. And you presented it very well. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome, good brother. Alhamdulillah.
More questions or comment? This is the time to ask a question or a comment for Brother Daniel.
No, actually, Brother Ahmed said, something like Brother Daniel. This is Imam Wafiddin Muhammad. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Excellent work, brother. I know our leader, Imam Wafiddin Muhammad, will be really happy to see you today, and proud of the work and the steadfastness and the loyalty that you have for his leadership and for us as a community, you know. And yeah, brother, Ahmed said it the best, man. Unity and leadership, brother. That's what you represented today. And we thank Allah for you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Praise be God.
All right, any more questions or comments for Brother Daniel?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. This is Sister Tahira. I have two questions for you, Brother Daniel. The first question is regarding the event. Will there be opportunity for vendors?
We're going to discourage that, because we decided to move it to a gymnasium with a boxing ring, out of respect for our great brother Muhammad Ali and the recent movie that was done for him or about him. The mayor of Detroit is going to present a proclamation on behalf of Imam Wafiddin Muhammad to all Detroiters and to the good-hearted people of the world. And really, what we would call the call of Bilal by the Imam is what that proclamation will speak to. But we want to do it virtually because we don't know the swings of the COVID variant and the Delta. So we would prefer that the people just stay in their homes. And we're going to have a little drive-by parade. Some of the dream cruisers are going to come back. When they found out that the spot, they went and Googled and they thought I was kidding when I said that Henry Ford and all those fellas started right there in Black Bottom. And now they're going to bring the dream cruise back on the 30th, and they're going to drive by that section of the town by Hastings where we had our press conference. And so we're not going to have vendors out per se like that. And I don't think we're going to encourage people to come into the gymnasium just to protect everyone. So we're just going to have people coming in and out who will be presenting. And some of the songs actually will be pre-recorded, but there won't be a lot of on-site. We pray to God that we don't have a lot of on-site presence. We hope that our real audience is going to be the global community. If that helps you.
That answered the question. Okay. My next question, and you may have addressed this, but I was in the process like preparing to feed homeless right now, so I was moving about during your presentation. Can you speak to what is the desired outcome of the of this event? And first, I just want to acknowledge that you're taking the lead, and the group that you're working with is taking the lead and bringing forth the unity in the community, because it's needed, you know. And like, I'm originally from Harlem, New York. I'm born and raised in Harlem, attended Malcolm Shabazz Masjid, and I've been in California for I think like 9 years. So I've experienced, you know, the division, you know. And
what part of California?
I'm in Sacramento. Okay. California. Yeah. So, and this is something that I spoke with my mom about, you know, because even just, I'm trying to be real mindful of the words I use, because I'm not sure this is the appropriate platform or not. But I know, like, my mom, like, when we even have the convention, like, she's in Detroit and I'm attending Mosque Care. So we're just like, you know, like, and I know I'm not the only person who feels this way. Like, we want to be together, you know. So what is the desired outcome of this of this event on the 30th and moving forward?
That's an excellent question. And but I got to tell you now, even though he's kind of more of a quiet brother, trust me, I think Imam Waddesdin Muhammad II would probably like to be answering it instead of me. But I'll tell you, the real goal is to not be form over substance. The goal of this effort is substance. Keep in mind that what we're doing on that day in the platform is that we'll be presenting MOUs. Now, I'm glad you said it, because a lot of people may not know what I mean by memos of understanding. A memo of understanding is an agreement mutually between parties that spells out what one can expect if one does something. And in our challenge to the Detroit stakeholders, and we have a list of them that we'll be negotiating with, they will be outlining, they will do the write-up, not me, of what it is that the members of Imam Waddesdin Muhammad's community and the mosqueers can expect were they to choose to come to Detroit, just to do business, to play, to work, to sing, to whatever. What is it resource-wise that is available, and especially for them? Not as a reparation, but in a mutual understanding that what is being brought by your presence, our presence, is not a chance to be at the table, to sit at the table, to serve the people at the table, to clean the table, but this is an opportunity for us to be who we are. We are the table. So those are memos of understandings, are formal agreements. The one that I just mentioned with the scholarships, for example, those scholarships, those are valuable scholarships that is going to make a difference for whoever takes them. And it will take them from being digitally divided to digitally multiplied in 6 months. So those are real things. We want substantive things, not just form, not just a kumbaya. Yeah. So that day will be full of events and announcements about those things that the city will have. For example, when I mentioned the Joseph, the treasurer, he's over the properties that they are putting together perspectives as to what they want, who they want to be there, and what is the criteria. And if it's a member of the Imam Muhammad community, what they want to give you the property, let's say for $1, for example, what would they ask back from you? Sister, I had her, I see Sister Esther, I had her poem. I didn't get to present it today, but I had some things that I wanted to say about that wonderful poem she did, and I loved it. Universal Woman, the Womb of Mine. But so, sister, just answer your question. We want substance that day, not form, not formality, substance.
Thank you. And we can find more detailed information on the website, correct?
Correct.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And may Allah continue to
now listen, don't get me wrong now. Hold on though, sister. This is a two-way street. You send me some information about what you're doing. Don't just stop there and you researching me, because I will be loading stuff in the next couple of days. But the way you ask the question tells me who you are. So I want to know how I can be of service to you. So you make sure I have a snapshot of what you do and what your goals are. And let's make it a challenge for me to find a way to work that into what I'm doing. Because I see you. Thank you.
Hi. Yep, for sure. I'll definitely send you my information. Thank you for that invitation.
Sister Esther, you had a question or a comment? Can you mute your mic, Sister Esther?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
No. Echoing, because she in the mosque's office.
Yes, first I wanted to give the greetings to Imam Waddesdin Muhammad II and the family, and also Imam Adil and brother Daniel. I really enjoyed and really appreciated the wonderful
Sister Esther, There's a lot of feedback. You know, I know you're at the mosque here, so if you're near someone with a device, either they need to mute their device or either you mute yours, and then we'll be able to hear you. While Sister Esther is getting the audio issues together, is there any more questions? And we want to be respectful of Brother Daniel's time. So if you have a question, this is the time for question or comment. In the meantime, Brother Daniel, you mentioned a proclamation. Could you please repeat that? Because I'm not sure. We want to make sure everyone heard what you said. Please reiterate what you said about the proclamation, October 30th.
October 30th, the proclamation from the mayor of the city of Detroit will be to really serve on behalf of Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad. This proclamation is a rarity that's done in government, where the mayor is doing an act not just on his own accord, his or her own accord, but on the accord of a great native Detroiter. Has to be a native Detroiter.
Okay. Okay. What am I
That
doing?
native Detroiter is that native Detroiter.
And then let me see.
That native Detroiter is Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad, and so this proclamation will be done by the mayor on behalf of Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad as a challenge to all Detroiters and good-hearted people everywhere to demonstrate greater unity in our actions of kindness, of equity, tolerance, peace, and love towards each other. So that's why I call it the call of, similar to the call of Bilal, because it brings us back to our regardfulness for the Creator. And I just want to say that it's really touching when you think about the fact that some of the great mega church leaders who talked to me about this said they always saw the Imam as being just a great spiritual man. And so that means we got a lot of work to do. And I kindly showed them his concern reaches in every area. We call them the four rivers, you know. But this effort here, this proclamation will acknowledge that the man, Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad, was always about much, much more than just simply talking about spiritual matters. He wanted to correct spirit first, and he wanted to correct spiritual matters within the human being, because when that's correct, everything else God is able to give without counting, as the Imam told me one time. And so he put a lot of time into that, and he got criticized for that. But in our case, we benefit because we are inheriting now that work, and that proclamation acknowledges that.
Thank you, Brother Daniel, for that explanation.
Sister Esther is here now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yes, like I said, I wanted to give the greeting to Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad II and his family. I pray a lot of the children are doing fine. And also the greeting to Imam Adil. And assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel, I really, really appreciated your presentation today. I got so much out of the history that you gave us. And I pray Allah that you'll be successful with the program that you're planning on doing. And I wanted to let you know, you and I had talked about this. I do have products for the brothers now. So inshallah, you can check with me. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. May Allah continue to bless you.
Well, what I appreciate about you is that, sometimes I'm not put as much time in terms of, I try to put the best construction on things that I say, but sometimes when I'm dealing with a professional like you, I might say something a little sharp. But I noticed with you, you always knew that my intention was never harm or anything, and you would always act on it. And I love that about you. And this is another example. So you've acted on something proactively for yourself. And of course, I would love to be a part of whatever this is you have. You can count me in. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Excellent. Thank you, Sister Esther. All right, we're going to start wrapping up. We'll allow for, if there are any more questions or comments, we'll take, if it's all right with Brother Daniel, 1 or 2 more comments. So if you have a question or comment for Brother Daniel, this is the time to do so. In the meantime, while you're getting the question together, we do have something from the YouTube side on the YouTube chat. It's to you, Brother Daniel, from Imam David Ziad. He says, "The peace be upon all of you. I can't use my mic, but please let Brother Mujahid know we really appreciate him and his supportive commentary for the mosque cares and unity in the community." That's from Brother Imam David Ziad again.
Allahu Akbar. That's a good brother. And I certainly appreciate just the brilliance that he always his physical brilliance matches his mental brilliance. He's always a light, you know, and he puts time into being a light. It's not easy to be a light, you know. He does it intentionally, you know, as I pay attention to whatever he says, and so I'm humbled, and he dignifies us, and I certainly take that in the right spirit, and knowing that the God has put us in a position to inspire each other. Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Daniel. Okay.
Assalamualaikum. This is Baina Hamid in Augusta, Georgia. I was on the YouTube and I was listening. I just want to thank you so much, brother, for that really beautiful, spiritually inspired talk that you just gave. And I just want to tell you that you balance your two-edged sword very well. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, sister. Spoken like a true scholar.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments for Brother Daniel? Just a reminder, this is as a part of the tradition of the Mosque Cares First Sunday program, we do have the New Africa Marketplace. And as was mentioned by the sister earlier, this is regarding the vending. And this is representative of our social and our business life. So we should support our vendors in the New Africa Marketplace. I know we have Sister Sabra with the Mirage Collection. She'll be in the room. And then we also have some vendors at the Mosque Cares building with Sister Esther, I know being one of them. So please support our vendors. All right, I see a question, another question, Brother Daniel, is from, go ahead, Brother Happy.
Am I unmuted?
Can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. You just getting the tip of the iceberg, but just brother. But I just want to make a comment on behalf of community service across the board that we appreciate you, we love you, and we got your back.
You say so much by just saying a little. I love you for that. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Brother Daniel, I don't see any more questions or comments coming in. So at this time, we've already concluded your presentation. Thank you for that beautiful presentation and for that history. I learned a lot of things that I did not know. As far as what was the brother's name for the automobile again?
C.R. Patterson.
C.R. Patterson?
Yes.
Okay, C.R. Patterson. Alhamdulillah.
You have to watch Google. Google will try to force you to deal with his son, who had the first African-American manufacturing plant in 1914. But this is his father that invented the automobile, C.R.
Okay, Brother Daniel, I don't want to hold you more because I know this may open up another bag of worms. But tell the believers about your history, about the automobiles, how you know so much about automobiles, other than being a historian. But what really ties you to the automobile industry, if you don't mind sharing that with the believers.
Well, okay. A lot of people didn't know this, and I got to tell you, I kind of, may God forgive me if it was wrong to do it this way, but I kind of used it to my advantage. But I was blessed to be mentored by Lee Iacocca, And most people thought it was because I was a genius, you know. I grew up in Highland Park. I grew up next door to Jackie Wilson. His son and I were friends, and I got a chance to learn many things because of those experiences. My father was a great musician, and of course frustrated, and I learned a lot about musicians in those days. And I was privileged to be in the different circles. But Mr. Iacocca befriended me and mentored me, not because of my brilliance, but actually because his mother, his custodian was my mother. And his nurse at Chrysler was my sister. So when I graduated, they asked him, would he look at providing me with an opportunity to help my career get along? So when he called for me to come to headquarters and the security people walked me up to his suite, it made everyone think that this must be amazing brother here. And I was just a regular human being like we are. And that was what gave me inroads. And then in my career, I came at a time when the issue of moving minority business concerns away from just tactical activities, you know, because of the riot of '67, to really doing some strategic. It happened to be my concentration area, and I did my master's in it at Michigan. So it worked out well that we became the first company to actually require contractually that our suppliers do a percentage of business with minorities, you know. And of course that was bastardized and can be improved greatly, you know, but we were able to make it move from a tactical initiative to a strategic one. So God bless me with that. The credit goes to Chrysler because they implemented, and I worked with great people in the process, and I was a member of the team who just happened to have some of the ideas that a lot of the people liked and implemented. I wouldn't have been able to implement them on my own, but as a result of us implementing it, we did some things. One of the most remarkable ones is when we were in big trouble back in the 80s. Mr. Iacocca had a new project that he brought over from Ford called the minivan. And then to launch that minivan, we had to have a showstopper. And that showstopper event was done at New Orleans. My good friend Wally Abdul Rauf, who ended up marrying my wife and I down there, that showstopper event was to have a little black girl on the stage with a Cajun band and a big 6'7", 275-pound Cajun sawing her in half. And that was the first time that people ever saw a minivan. So when she was being sawed in half, at a certain point, we created a sound that it popped open the minivan and showed the people the convenience of the interior of the minivan. And it was so hot, it was catchy, and it was so stunning as a product that it's actually saved our corporation. In fact, we dominated about 70% of the minivan market from about 1985 until 1990, in the 90s, you know. And I was a part of that team. I was the marketing manager down there in the South. Learned a lot about the South from that experience, but it helped give me a good insight in terms of what the reality is for the human being. And so I had those just blessed experiences that only God could have given me. And that led me to be able to make a difference for our people in the auto industry. So many of my programs were copied and benchmarked is what I would prefer to call them. And the world is getting better slowly but surely.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you for that, Brother Daniel, and we appreciate your efforts, your work, and your service to the community. So at this time, inshallah, we're going to we're going to allow the vendors that are here to present their information on how believers can support them, and we'll allow you an opportunity to support our vendors. Sister Sabra, are you on? Then we have Sister Esther, and then we have a few at the Mosque Cares facility.
The breakout rooms.
We do have Sister Sabra is the Mirage Collection, the breakout room. If you want to enter into the breakout room, and I see Sister Esther is joining back now. So she'll be on screen here shortly to introduce her products and her wares. Also, the next first Sunday, inshallah, will be Sunday, November 7th. It'll be Sunday, November 7th. We have a few, I believe it's going to be the Sister Clara Muhammad School group that presented at the convention, at our 32nd annual convention. We just have a few more details to confirm with that, but on November 7th is our next First Sunday community program. As always, you can donate to the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad at themosquecares.com. You can find the publications, the books, CDs, DVDs, cassettes. You can find that at wdmpublications.com. wdmpublications.com. So we have Sister Sabra, I believe I see you there. So when you're ready, we'll allow you on the main stage for a couple minutes just to say a few words and to invite people into your vending area. So just let me know when you're ready for that. As Imam mentioned earlier, Wa alaikum assalam, Sister Sabra. Okay, we see you. So whenever you're ready, you could just come on. I'm gonna just make this last announcement. The last announcement that as far as the vending, we do have the vending, which will be Sister Sabra will be on here shortly, as well as Sister Esther. So please support the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, the wdmpublications.com to find the CDs, DVDs, books, and cassettes. So, all right, at this time, we're gonna, as the Imam mentioned, regarding the annual Muslim convention, we are in the process of editing several hours worth of content, probably over 30 hours, probably over 40 hours of content that we're in the process of editing. So we have some short clips that have been posted on the Mosque Cares YouTube. By the end of next week, by Sunday, October 10th, inshallah, we plan to have the most part of the majority of the presentation by our presenters. We never put the full presentation on there because they're lengthy, but we will have at least 15 to 20-minute parts or segments of their presentations. So we intend to have that concluded by, we'll be introducing that throughout the week, and that should be done by next Sunday, October 10th. And then we'll be providing also the full presentations, the files to the presenters, and then they'll distribute it how they see fit. If you wanted their presentation, they'll be able to distribute it to them, to you themselves. And they should have theirs by no later than, inshallah, October 17th, Sunday, October 17th. We plan to have them with all of their files. So with that being said, please support the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Please support the New Africa Marketplace, which is a part of the First Sunday Community Program. So with that being said, we'll introduce Sister Sabra with the Mirage Collection, and she'll let you know her information. And then we'll follow that with Sister Esther Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sister Sabra with Mirage Collection. We started our clothing company about 7 or 8 years ago, and we do all types of clothing, whether it be two-piece pant sets, or it could be dresses or skirt sets. We sell it all. We've been traveling around the world. Hopefully we're going to try to make Umrah next month. They're opening up Umrah again. So inshallah, that's what our plans are, to go to Umrah and at least get into Dubai, because we've been trying to travel for the last year or so, and we haven't been able to do that. But most of our clothing is manufactured overseas, and we like to go and select our own materials. However, last year we wasn't able to do that. So basically we had the manufacturers selecting our materials for us. We also sell shawls, just in case you're looking for something as the weather is changing. We do have shawls, we have vests, something that's different from what you've normally been seeing. We have these vests that have two pockets, has the fur down the front and around the collar. We have mud cloth coats. which are very nice and been a hot seller around here in this area, New Jersey. That's where I'm from. And then we have a host of other clothing. And as the year goes on, you're going to see other things added. I know there's going to be a slowdown in production because I've been waiting for a month now to get some new things in from Dubai. And I'm thinking that, well, since we're going to be traveling, inshallah, that I'll probably be able to pick my own things up and bring them back rather than try to have them sent to me. So going forward, we're trying to get back into our brick and mortar. We were in a brick and mortar the year before last. And then when the pandemic came, we were just beginning to transition into another building, but then we were happy that we didn't because of the pandemic. So inshallah, our plan is to get back into a brick and mortar. And I hope you can patronize me. And inshallah, we'll see that. I'm gonna put my information in the chat. So anyone wants to purchase anything, you can go to my website. I do have a website. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook. So there's a lot of places that you can find Mirage Collection. And shukran and salam alaikum, Brother Imam. And I appreciate you, Brother Adil. And inshallah, I've been enjoying the presentation today. So may Allah continue to bless everyone and allow you to be successful in all your endeavors. I mean.
Thanks, Sister Sabra. Before you go, could you voice, because we do have a YouTube audience, so if you can voice that information one more time so our YouTube audience can hear your contact information, your website.
Sure. My website is Mirage Modest Outfitter, all one word, www.Mirage Modest Outfitter. And you can also find us on Instagram under the same name, Mirage Modest Outfitter. And my contact information, my phone number is 973-441-7804. Again, there's Mirage Modest Outfitter. And we do have the website and also the Instagram page. And we're also on Facebook.
That's Sister Sabra, that's Mirage, M-I-R-A-J.
Yes, M-I-R-A-J, Modest, M-O-D-E-S-T, Outfitter, O-U-T-F-I-T-T-E-R.
Excellent, that's .com, correct?
.com, correct, yes. Shukran, Brother Adil.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent. Afwan, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Sister Esther, are you Sister Esther? And Sister Sabra she does have a booth in the breakout room. You can find her. It should be the Mirage Collection. So if you wanted to stop in there and communicate with her that way, you can also do so. Sister Esther, we see you. Are you prepared for your pre?
Tell her to unmute herself.
Sister Esther, we can't hear you. What worked the last time, if you just want to go off of Imam Elam's device, that worked pretty well without the feedback and without the echo.
Yeah, we unmuted the mic.
Yeah,
so am I muted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry we're having so much trouble. But the name of my business is Bronzeville Designs. And I have a variety of clothing that are mostly imported from Africa. I do have some new products that I would like to share with you today. As I said, I do have products for the brothers now. I have the dashiki with the kufi to match. I have a couple of you want to step back? Yes. I have a couple of different designs. I have this one, and then I have the other. That email is to just the camera. Just focus on what you say. I have the other one, which is the kente design. Okay, and that comes in a variety of sizes. Can you bring it, angle it down? Then I have the.
Didn't set it up.
swing coats. Swing coats. I have two different designs of those. Okay. All right. And then also I have a 3-piece outfit with the African print. It has the shirt, the pants,
Just step back a
and
little
the
bit.
scarf. Okay. I do have another product that I've promoted, and that is Words Make People T-shirts. This particular shirt, this is one of my new shirts. And what this says is,
face this way.
Kings maintain and protect queens. And then for the sisters, it's queens comfort and adore kings. That's the sister shirt right there. Okay. Also, I have new T-shirts for the children.
Okay. You got to show it in front of the camera.
Oh.
Step back a little bit.
Okay. Okay, they say, educate, protect me, educate, protect, and inspire me. I am the future with a shooting star. It's what we want our children to be, stars. Okay. And then also, of course, I have my signature T-shirt, Universal Woman, Womb of Mine.
Okay. Okay.
And my poem poster that goes with that. And also, Sister Camilla and I collaborated with a CD.
Yeah. Yeah. There you are.
Where I'm reciting my poem and she is accompanying me on her African Fulani flute. Okay.
Ask them, can Sister Camilla make some comments also?
Yes. And this I do have a variety of jewelry.
Nope. Right here.
Variety of jewelry. Okay. And then lastly, I have for the Eid poster, and when you finish the Eid, you'll have the 99 attributes of Allah you put up on your wall and learn throughout the year. And these are laminated so that you'll be able to keep them for years. And that's about it. I appreciate it very much. If you all will come to my booth and see if you can find something that you like, either for yourself or for gifts. Now, Sister Camilla would also like to come before you with an announcement. Thank you. Excuse me. I'd like to give you my phone number. My phone number is 708-510-5776 or 708-541-1939. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Right here. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Sister Camila. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sister Camila.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, believers. Thank you for this time. I want to thank the Mosque Cares for this time. And I so enjoyed being here at the Mosque Cares for the first Sunday. Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II. I want to give you the greetings and the greetings to your beautiful children and family. And brother Adil Muhammad, I'd like to give you the greeting also, and at large to all the believers across the country. Assalamu alaikum to you all. I just want to let you know that I am still working. Our website is up and running. And can you see this? Is the glare too bad? I don't want the glare to be bad. This is a picture of my website on my phone. And I really want to encourage you, the believers, to please check out the website. It is www.camillajazz.com. KAMILAHSJAZZETC.com. And as you go through this website, I have a couple of more CDs that I put on. The first one, The Aura of Jazz. And then I have another CD, Camilla's Jazz Classics. And then, of course, I have the CD that my dear sister, Sister Esther, and I collaborated on. I felt honored that she asked me to be a part of this beautiful poem that she wrote, The Universal Woman, Womb of Mine. And I have a variety of my flutes, and I have the concert flute, the alto flute, the Fulani African flute, and I have the Native American flute. And when she heard the Fulani African flute, she said, that's the one, that's the one. So I also have this CD, The Universal Woman, Womb of Mine, on my website. So you can get it in two places. You can get it from our dear sister Esther with her Bronzeville designs, and you can also get it on my website, www.camillasjazz.com. Please check out the website. You will also see my husband's artwork, his inspired paintings from nature, and they are not prints, they are original works of art. And so, and the t-shirts, an original work of art. This is one t-shirt that you will, inshallah, if you purchase it, you will know that you have an original piece of art that you are wearing. So please take a look at it at the website. Again, my phone number, 708-704-4247. 708-704-4247. And my website, before I depart from your company, my website is, what is my website? Oh yeah, www.camillasjazz, KAMILAHSJAZZ, etc., etc.com. I thank you for allowing me this time. I appreciate every moment before you. I wished I could see you, some of you in person, and it'd be so nice to say, give you the greeting, give you a hug. Oh, I miss seeing you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Sister Camila. Thank you for that. The vendors, all right, I believe that's all the vendors. If we don't have any more vendors, we're going to prepare to conclude the presentation, but you can visit, the floor will be open where you can visit the vendors in their breakout rooms. I believe Sister Sabra will be in the Mirage Collection booth, and Sister Esther will be in booth number 1, or breakout room number 1. So please support our vendors, and please support the New Africa Marketplace. So at this time, we're going to close out our YouTube side. We thank the YouTube audience for your participation. Again, you can visit Sister Sabra in the Mirage Collection at mirageoutfitter.com. That's MIRAJ. Modest, MODEST, Outfitter, OUTFITTER.com. You can also visit Sister Camila's, her website at CamilasJazz.com, KAMILAHSJAZZ. Sister Camila, is that .com or .net? I believe it's .com though, Camila's Jazz, etc.com. So with that being said, we'll formally close out the presentation part of our program with a dua from Imam Elam Muhammad. Imam Elam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Amen.
Thank you, Imam Elam. So believers, that concludes our first Sunday community program, the presentations part of it. But please feel free to stay on and support our vendors, those who are in their booths. Again, our next first Sunday community program will be Sunday, November 7th, 2021, inshallah. We look forward to seeing you all there. We thank you for your support. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam.